Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Scrabble Showdown. I'm joined today. I'm Josh Sokol, here with Chloe Fatsis. Hello, Chloe.
Hey, Josh. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, really excited about this. So today we're going to be featuring Annette Obrestad versus Agnes Kramer, two very strong, up-and-coming expert players in a best-of-7 head-to-head match. This tournament, this isn't necessarily a tournament. It is not rated, but I mean, it's an extremely exciting matchup. Let's Play Scrabble.com has done a bunch of these in the past. Today we're calling it the Scrabble Showdown, and this one is sponsored by NASPA Games. So to learn more about them, you can visit scrabblers.org, find out what's going on with Scrabble in your area. But it's really good to see everybody in the YouTube chat. How are you feeling about this, Chloe?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Both Agnes and Annette are pretty new players on the team in the past few years and have made super, super fast progress. Annette coming off a big win in Phoenix, and Agnes has been also playing recently, I think. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have a better co-commentator. I mean, speaking of people that are up and coming, I mean, Chloe has just made incredible strides as a top player in recent years and even months. So yeah, really, really awesome to have you here, and really excited to show people some Scrabble. I hope everybody's primed and ready. We're going to be featuring the NWL 23 lexicon, and yeah, best-of-7 match to get things started off. For the Canadian Scrabble Classic, which will be broadcast starting tomorrow evening. I broadcast the first one of these in 2022, but it's really great that things are continuing. This match is taking place in Belleville, Ontario. Have you ever been to Belleville, Chloe?
I have not. I remember a few years ago this tournament was in Kingston, and I've been there. I think it's close, but never to Belleville.
Yeah, same. Never been to Belleville. But I mean, Ontario is Ontario. It's not like it's bigger than Texas or anything. But yeah, there is some probably issues with the internet that you guys might be seeing. But I think everything should run somewhat smoothly. But yeah, this production is really, really awesome, and we're gonna really see some awesome Scrabble. I think we're gonna get a pre-game interview. Is that right? Yeah, I think we're gonna talk to Agnes and Annette, ask them some questions about the matchup. Let's cut to that. All right, here we are. What's up, Annette? What's up, Agnes? How's it going?
Oh, what's up?
Hey, not bad. How are you?
We're nervous, I think.
Nervous? Oh, we're doing well over here. A little bit nervous over here too. So Agnes, you're less used to being on stream than Annette is. Is that right?
Yes, this is very new for me. I've only been on a couple of times.
But Annette, you would still say that like you're probably much more nervous on stream than you are in a regular game, right?
Oh, for sure. It's not even close. I just feel like my brain stops working when I'm on stream. Just do stupid things. I don't know how to manage my clock. I miss track. It's just out the window.
Okay. So try to make Agnes feel better over here.
Yeah.
Chloe, do you have any questions for the two players here? It's gonna be an amazing matchup. I mean,
Yeah. Hey, Annette. Hey, Agnes.
Hi.
Well, aside from the stream issues, how are you guys feeling playing each other? And can you tell us about any match history that you have between you?
I'm excited. We've only played one time before, so we don't really have much to go by. I don't know her game very well. I don't think she knows my game well, so it'll be interesting. Get to know each other, figure things out.
I think we've played each other more in Blitz than we have.
Oh
in
yeah,
actual
for sure. Like actual tournaments, we have one game.
Yeah, we have fun doing them on daily playing Blitz, but we haven't really played
It's pretty much
too many long games against each other. So this is exciting.
Yeah.
So there might be some very quick action, I guess, depending on how things go. If that's what both of you are used to, yeah, it's gonna be great. I mean, don't worry about it. This is casual. We're all friends here.
Just be nice. Be nice.
Yeah.
Even me, when I'm on stream, I still get nervous. Even me.
That makes me feel better. Yeah.
It's very hard.
But yeah, we're ready for you two. So yeah, Agnes will be first in this best of 7. I wish both of you the best of luck and the best of fun.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Luck, you guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Headphones are down. They can no longer hear our commentary. That's good.
That is good.
And yeah, like I said, Agnes will be starting first. How's this use maple leaf background? I really like the maple leaf background.
Yeah, it's a nice addition. It's pretty. We're in Canada, so we gotta know it.
I mean, I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I'm not in Canada, but this event is in Canada, so.
Okay, well, anyways, let's get going. Let's roll. So yeah, whenever the players are ready, Agnes is going to draw first. And yeah, if you guys like this sort of thing, this is letsplayscrabble.com. It's got letsplayscrabble.com written all over it. They run the best tournaments in the East Coast of North America. Huge thanks to Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, and everybody behind the scenes for all of this. And again, huge thank you to NASPA Games for sponsoring this entire set. So all right. We see the Z. Are you going to be able to manage
that?
To say
I might
Z?
not. That I might not be able to do. But this is exciting. A good way to start. A bunch of vowels to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, normally you see the Z, and you're like, okay, let me try to find a 50-point play. Let's double it on the double letter score, get the double word score. But here, too many vowels, and I think Z is the most logical play. Is that the best placement though?
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm wondering as well. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
So
totally
we will see, in either case, we will see, I think, something like NAF
right.
come down and really hammer those underlaps.
Yeah,
But
totally.
what's interesting is if Agnes now draws X or a G or a P, she'll be able to re-underlap that ZA for huge points.
Right.
So yeah, I would be a little bit scared of the X actually here, given the placement of Z. But
Yeah, I mean, I think you
don't
have
think
to play NAF, right? There's no other, or you have to play
yes,
there in some way. So I wouldn't be so scared of the X. Um, the spot is probably getting taken this turn in some way, I think.
right. There's a question here. I think Agnes hasn't drawn her 7th tile. Oh, she's overdrawn. I was actually going to. Oh no.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Okay. Um,
She's actually already
so
overdrawn. Yeah, that's some nerves. You've drawn too many tiles.
Okay, well, she has the P though, and that's the letter she didn't want to get taken. So now she'll be able to underlap the ZA, making zap, and that'll score very
Yeah,
nicely.
I wonder what exactly happened though. I don't think the overdraw was handled properly.
Well,
I think
are we
Annette
sure
turned
there
over
wasn't?
the 3 tiles.
Are
That
you
doesn't
sure there
matter.
was an
But
overdraw, or was it just that Agnes maybe had underdrawn by one and then drew the seventh tile as Annette was drawing?
producer says it was an overdraw. Anyways, we'll
Okay,
continue things.
who
You know,
knows?
Agnes's clock is running. Her rack is not good, so it doesn't really matter. I think the question here is: do you play up or do you play op, or do you even put the T and play op
Um,
underneath, making no zap and F?
oh, I don't think I would put the T. I think I would hold on to the T. Um, so I think just I think op, right? That's tough.
Not
That's
sure.
probably a close call.
I think op. Yeah, I really do prefer that. There is,
Yeah, especially
some chance that you can draw some bingo making F, the second F next turn.
right.
So I like this. I like this decision. Yeah, so far stellar play.
Yeah.
Minus if it was an overdraw. An overdraw is usually like a small mistake. Like in Scrabble, we like to calculate things in equity. I think that's a term we borrowed from poker. Speaking of
Mm.
poker, people who know Annette know that she started poker. But yeah, equity being, I guess, the way that we calculate how much play is valued at. It's not just the score of it; it's also the letters that are left behind. And so when you lose when you lose the best of 3 tiles, which is what happens when you overdraw 1 extra tile, usually equates to around like a 5-point loss in my experience.
And yeah, the two players kind of dealing with opposite issues here. Agnes with too many vowels, and now Annette had a bunch of consonants, but I think she made the right play here, just to get rid of 3 of those consonants and score probably the most points that she could score this turn.
Okay, and I think they're just fixing the board here before the game continues. For a second, I thought that Agnes was like really upset at her rack and was just going to exchange everything, which would have been a bit rash. But yeah, I think from what I remember, she's probably gonna like curio through the R if she sees it.
Yeah, that seems like a good play. Yeah, picking up
Anyways,
the
a
second
pretty
U does not feel good there.
pretty unfortunate draw the second U. The Annette playing a U herself means that there's only one more U to be drawn for the rest of the game. So at least there's that. That's usually how I calm myself down when I have too many U's. Like, how many are really left? Like, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, Grub was
Okay,
the play by Annette. I think that was the right play. I mean, there's
you think
also
what was
Vug in
there?
the same spot.
Right, there's
Grub,
Vug.
it feels optically better. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mind the VLT leave. I think keeping 4 consonants instead of 3 would be an awful lot, um, and prevent sort of, yeah, more bailout draws like this one that Annette has just had.
As we see Curio, yeah, we like this
Yeah, nice
play.
play there. Yeah, looks very solid.
there was the possibility of, oh my god, what a draw by Annette. There
I
was a
know.
possibility of playing couture through the R
Mm.
using both of the U's, but that would have scored nothing, would have opened a lot, and it's
That
just
would have
not
been a
worth
pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you have a letter you really, really don't like, and it makes you see red and like just want to get rid of it at all costs. But everything
Yeah.
has a value.
Exactly.
So 76 to 63, but Annette's about to take a very sizable lead. So it's important to see what Agnes draws here. She's going to be able to respond. She does draw an S and an R. Okay, so we're going to probably
Oh, wow.
see 2 bingos in a row here.
Yeah.
Unless Annette is
Do we
considering
think?
playing covalent instead
Oh,
of
wow. Oh, instead of
Levance,
Levant.
which is
Whoa.
really, really
Very.
defensive. So Levance making Z's was 11 more points, but that is like an incredible read, I guess you could call it,
Wow.
potentially. Not giving
Um,
Agnes any letters to work with to play through.
yeah, I'm wondering. That was a pretty quick decision too. It didn't take her that long. I'm wondering if Annette, yeah, what her thought process was there in passing up Levance. I think I would probably be inclined to take the points, but this is going to work out well for Annette.
Yeah, had she played Levance and Z's, Eurolights was available, Euronites, everything through the N.
Yeah.
Probably more stuff. So sometimes there is a lot of value in not giving your opponent any letters to play
Oh,
through. We
well,
call
no, she
those
would have had out.
floaters.
I mean, she would have had outraise,
Oh,
Agnes.
even more. That's another letter that Annette is denying her the right
No,
to
no, no.
have.
With Curia. Well, yes, but
Yeah, exactly.
ah,
So
yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah, yeah,
really
yeah. I see.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
But I mean, sometimes there's a lot of value in not opening the board, and the board is well under control here if Agnes doesn't have anything great. And I know this is sort of Annette's style. I do wonder. It was a very quick play, so I wonder if it was considered to take the extra points there. I mean, it's really interesting. You know, Scrabble is not just take points and, you know, just carry on with your day. When you make a situation where a lot of the time your opponent's going to have a difficult decision, there's a lot of hidden value to those sorts of plays. And I think
Yeah.
Annette is very good at making that sort of play, just making her opponent have to think about what they're doing next and not fall into her trap. But yeah, now Agnes just stuck with bingo tiles plus a U. And I don't
I
know,
guess
there's
you
just a
just
bunch of plays through the N, right?
right. Just do like Unai or something or unit.
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing very appealing.
Something like that. Yeah. Would you play Unit or Unai? I mean, the ERST, if you play UNAI, is really strong.
Yeah, I think I would do that. It's a great leave. And you at least open up one vowel to play through with the I, even though it's not particularly well positioned. It's at least something if you draw some more consonants.
Yeah. And I guess one of my questions that I would have is, do both players know whether or not the word covalent can pluralize with an S?
Yeah, I would not be sure. I would be freaking out about that. But it does not. I looked. I was not sure. But yeah, that'll be interesting if that spot stays open. If that ever comes into play down the line. I assume neither player would choose that over pluralizing Z, but if there are no other S hooks at some point, it could come up.
So unit is the choice. We like this play. The leave
Yeah,
is significantly worse, I would say, but the T provides a much better home for 8-letter words, and the balance of vowels and consonants is going to get Agnes out of rougher draw situations. So we like this decision for sure. Back to Annette here.
Yeah.
Some scoring tiles, and now she's on the board she wanted. But what does she do?
She could do something making Qnit, right?
Yes, indeed.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a very sneaky hook onto unit.
What would you do there? Maybe like Cyma, Cyma, or
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Cyma or Cymar?
right,
Just
Cymar. I was
putting the R
wondering.
on it.
Okay, yeah.
You could also play our favorite three-letter word, CWM. But that would be a ridiculous
That'd
play, not even hitting the double word score.
Well, it would be a ridiculous find. So that's a word
That's
that's
true.
impossible to see.
Yeah.
Well,
Have you ever
but
played that, CWM?
oh, I can't remember the last time. It's been ages. Um, anyway, it looks like Annette is thinking about Cyma. I wonder what else. Maybe Craw.
Yeah, Craw is possible as well, and that sort of sets up her scoring tiles above the A. The A would be right below the triple letter score. We're
Right.
thinking about players making QNet, and those are really Annette's only options here, which is really interesting because, I mean, Agnes could have played UNAI and not given back that C hook, but there was only one C left, and Unit just happens to give Annette places for her wonky tiles,
Yeah,
which
on a
is
really
kind of
otherwise,
unfortunate.
yeah, a pretty dead board otherwise. Um, it looks like Annette, sorry, Agnes has drawn beaters or some other things. So I wonder
Yeah.
what she's gonna go with here. I wonder if she'll play with Cymar.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, Sima takes an E hook as well. So the play of Sima was kind of aggressive. That's why I kind of maybe preferred playing Simar, just because yeah, the R hook and the E hook. But
Yeah,
there
the
is also an S hook.
right.
But rebates would be the best play for Agnes making Sime with
Yes.
the second E. We'll see if she knows the hooks, because yeah, Simon's already a pretty obscure four-letter word, so knowing the hooks to it would demonstrate a lot of solid word knowledge. I would think.
Yeah. No, Cyma, yeah, it doesn't come up often, I would say. Um, yeah, if not, I mean, playing beaters and Z's is also fine. She'll still get her bingo down, and it'll be basically a tie game. But
Yeah,
hoping she finds one of those hooks.
yeah. I feel like Mai, the E hook, comes up more often than Sima, comes up more often than Simar.
Hmm.
So I bet both of these players have seen that word. It's just a question of being sure of it in the moment over the board.
Right. Yeah, no,
I
it's
do wonder.
those AE pluralizations can be hard. Or singular? I guess it would be singular. No.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
plural.
singular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Oh, well, I just wonder, like, on Annette's end, if she knows the
Mhm.
hooks. Because when you make a play like Sima, that you know probably has at least one hook, not knowing what those hooks are can be a very large source of problems down the line. Making mistakes because you're unsure, maybe playing a phony hook. So it'll be interesting to see how solid both of these players are
Okay.
as we see beaters and Z's. So the more I guess what we would call this safe choice by
Yeah.
Agnes. So the
Yeah, and
score
now
is how much? 74. So yeah, 12-point sacrifice over playing rebates and Simi. So clearly some uncertainty there.
yeah, and now it's back to Annette to see if she makes her what I think is the best play of Wyver and Saime. That's probably best. Um, but she has other options as well that wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I could see something like waiver or wavier through
Yeah,
the A as well. Again, if
yeah,
there's
it
some
looks like she's
uncertainty with the hook.
yeah, that would be fine.
See what Agnes draws here.
Oh, the
It's a big
X, that's
score as
big.
well. So now it's
So
a close
Agnes,
game again.
yeah. And looks like even with this play of Wavier, Agnes will still have a big X bomb there, of Vox or Vax, which actually Waver would have blocked. Though I do think Wavier is probably the better play.
Yeah, Wavier being
With no
chosen
S.
exactly to prevent an S hook, which Annette doesn't have. But turns out that it's going to allow a huge response. Magnus, she can play Vox, as you said. She can also play Vax. I would be looking here to see if there are lots of A's left. Maybe I would change course from dropping the O. We know that there's a hierarchy of vowels: E, A, I, O, U. Almost the alphabetical order, but not quite. But yeah, Vox comes down. There are more O's remaining than A's. This makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
There's also a
looks
really
great.
cool play of Oratrix available through the R of Wavier, but
Oh, nice.
certainly
Nice
not
play.
worth it.
No. So I'm wondering if we're counting out any Sima hooks for the moment, or if in this more desperate turn, when there's a less good option, maybe one of these players will feel more forced to try it. But I think right now, Annette has some decent options making HM that could obstruct the hook. She has like hair.
Yeah, making HM over Sima. Yeah, I think we might never see this play hooked, which is a very common thing that you find in double challenge when there's some uncertainty with hooks, with words. Either player will usually opt not to try something they're unsure of. Sometimes they'll even opt to block those possibilities just in case the opponent knows better than them. So this is a very, very common type of risk management. It just happens here that Net does have a very strong play that obscures the hooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think hair here for 32, making HM and AA, that looks very good. Right above
Yeah, you could
Sima.
do like harem, but I think that would just be very reckless and also keep two eyes. So I don't see why you would do that.
And I guess you start to think, since this is a close game now, Annette does have a sizable deficit, but will come close to tying the game up on the next move. What you're trying to hope for here, because it looks like the top left of the board, as is so often the case, is extremely difficult to access at the moment. It doesn't seem very likely that any natural tendency of the game will end up getting there. So it does seem a little bit difficult to keep everything open here for the remainder of the game. But I think at this score, given that it's only a 35-point deficit, there's not too much to worry about in terms of the board for now, unless Agnes, of course, strikes with something big.
Right. Yeah, I don't think this is the time yet for Annette to do anything desperately opening the board, or somewhat reckless. I think, yeah, just taking the points here. She's down like one turn score basically. And if Agnes has a rough rack, that could easily become more evened out.
That's something really interesting. I mean, first thing I'd like to mention is that, of course, the one drawback or potential benefit to the play of hair is that it takes a Y hook, and there is one Y left. If you can manage to have a 5-letter word starting in Y, that'll score huge. That'll score 50 plus points. It's not super likely, but it is a possibility down the line. So both players are going to have to worry about that. They don't have a Y. But what's interesting here, Agnes could also play hair through the eye in Wavier. I don't think it's a great play.
No, I don't think that's
but it is a possibility. I might even just, like, if I'm already using the AHR, I would maybe just put it down and then make my other play just for fun.
right. Oh, Annette has a message.
Aw, okay. For those that don't understand this message, I will translate. Annette's name online is Churro, and that's the name of her cat. So she is leaving a message for her cat, who can apparently understand. Or maybe not.
And is watching. Um, what do you think about a play like Hylar making AAH?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough position now for Agnes. She does have a small lead, and it is her turn. So she's up at tempo, as we would call it. But all of her plays that do not hook an R onto Sima seem to be somewhat weak or somewhat dangerous. So the play
Yeah.
of Hylar making AAH. Oh, she's actually playing it. Oh my
Very
goodness. Let's go. I am so
And this
happy.
and
We
this
said
is
this wasn't a
definitely
bad. Yeah, we said this wasn't a good play, but it is. It's a great play.
Yeah, this is also
Oh, that's
safer because there's
hilarious.
no more C's for hooking chair, so Agnes can play this and not be too worried. Other than the threat of the Y that you were talking about still being out there.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, the benefit to this play is it doesn't change much on the board at all. It really restricts. And when you have a small lead, restricting is a good idea.
Mhm.
The play we were thinking of, Ilar, I was going to explain, puts an R out in space, which could be very devastating for Agnes if Annette has a huge play using that R. So this makes a lot of sense, not wanting to change the board dynamic when the score is slightly in Agnes's favor. So back to Annette, who has some nice balance, I would say. 4 vowels with 2 scoring tiles, kind of what you want to have when you're trying to come back on a tighter board. So she's going to want to try and use those scoring tiles tactically, and maybe she'll play something like right through the R and hair, score some points, keep the M. There might be some better options as well.
I mean, wrote I would prefer over right, for no hooks at the back. But yeah, I don't know, it's tough. In this position, I don't love taking up space on the board, even though she's only down, like, not much. I guess I would just be worried about the deficit growing. But I don't think, yeah, like we've been talking about, we're not quite at that stage yet where it's like urgent.
Yeah.
We just could be getting into a situation where this board is like quite closed and someone is forced into making a more reckless opening.
Yeah, rote's certainly a better choice. Nice find there. I agree. And again, really don't need to panic in this scenario. The one benefit about there being so much open space on part of the board is that if you do end up in a situation where the rest of the space on the board gets constricted and you're behind, you can always try and open that space up.
Mhm.
As we see all coming down, which is also a very restrictive play and does a decent job at, sort of pushing for a bingo, maybe through the R of hair or through the T and QNet. Just keeping a nice balance. This isn't a play that was on my radar at all, but it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I think it does. Yeah, I think it's like one of those just biding your time kinds of plays, restricting things a bit, but scoring roughly the same. So I don't mind it at all.
We'll see Agnes using that R now. And now the Sima hooks are completely on, unless cymatic. Cymatic a word? Did you play cymatic through the I now? Yeah, we see drill come down, which looks like a very good play. Keeping
Yeah,
ART,
that looks.
and there's still a blank out.
Whoa, there is indeed. Yeah, gosh, what do you do now with this J that Annette has?
Yeah, that's sort of what I was worried about. Um, sometimes you make these cagey plays and try to complicate the game for your
Mhm.
opponent. Then you yourself run into some complication.
Yeah.
I I think that's where Annette is at here. I really don't know. What would you do?
I don't know. The only thing I see right now is Joe making OW, but that doesn't seem great at all.
Oh, JOE, like on the top middle.
Yeah, JOE. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But it's just so uninspiring, and in fact makes the board like almost impossible to open in the top left. Whereas
There's a
before, I mean,
very tricky.
there's still ways,
Sorry.
but
Yeah, you were
no,
saying, yeah, Joe makes it harder to open the board back up. Sorry.
there's a tricky play.
There's a
to
very
find.
tricky play with the J. You can score 27, play 2 tiles. I don't know that I would see this over the board. Seems like sort of a puzzle position, but you can play Jefe through the EF that we haven't touched since the beginning of the game. And that would score 27 points. It would keep a balance, and it would take a small lead for Annette. Of course, the E is a better vowel than the O, but I think the 4 points make up for that as she decides to play Joe here.
I think this is fine. Yeah, there just weren't any super inspiring options on that turn. But yeah, Hefe would have been probably a bit, maybe slightly better. Ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, Annette could draw AI for mitigate, I guess.
Right.
Some sort of possibilities, maybe more possibilities through the T of QNet. Agnes has a great looking rack here. There just isn't
she's doing very
bingo
well.
with that K.
No.
Somehow. There's a really good play.
I feel like you might play Karst or something. Or what were you gonna say?
You could just play Keef to the second EF of NAF now. AEEF. That scores 27, keeps the extremely powerful AERST combination. But again, a very, very tough find, playing through these letters that really don't seem viable at first glance.
Yeah. Huh.
We'll
yeah, that seems like a very
you're talking about Karst and drills?
Yeah, and drills, but obviously pretty risky because it takes an S. So that would just be going for points. But I like your idea more. That seems like a great way to make bingoing very likely next turn and still score well.
Yeah, Karst and drills for 45 points. It's a very interesting and nice find, by the way. Suggestion by Chloe. If you don't see that easy 27 with the EK, I kind of like that idea, sort of just giving Annette an ultimatum. Like, I think one of the players is going to want to block what Karst opens up eventually, or just try and gun for it. But yeah, scoring 45 points on this board is very, very good. The problem just being the danger associated with opening up an S hook with 2 S's remaining and a blank.
Yeah, that would be a very hard play to make, I think, in Agnes's position. I guess you can't read that much into Annette's last play, but only playing 2 tiles as well can, in general, when someone plays 2 tiles, that can be a sign that maybe they have bingo-friendly tiles. So that would make me even more concerned, even though with the J, it's a little harder to infer that sort of thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of fog of war in these positions when the board is really tight. You really don't know what your opponent's necessarily up to. Maybe they're just trying to grab points where they can. Maybe their rack is bad. Maybe their rack is good. It's a very tactical game on boards like this where there really aren't that many openings and a lot of tiles to play through. So we'll have to see how both these players navigate this difficult situation as Agnes decides to fish the K. This is a strong option.
It is. I'm going to assume if she had seen Keef there, I think she probably would have gone with that. But this is also a very strong option. With that T open, bingoing is still pretty likely, I would say. There's also, you can make a bingo ending EST next to drill, making DE hairs and it. Oh, and she drew very well.
Wow.
That's a nice play.
Is it?
Is it?
It's not a word.
Right, it's omitter. That's a word.
This is a classic. Oh, okay. So Annette is on hold. This is very interesting because if Agnes just lets this go, she must have.
Yeah, she has earnest or nearest, or is there anything with the T that's better?
Yeah, this is tough. I was wondering where she was gonna put emit on the board, but yeah, this is a classic mistake. Omitter or not emitter. Annette is drawing. I don't know if she is off of hold. She looks like she is. Okay. So Agnes
It
has
might
released the hold.
Well, it might have just been courtesy tiles.
Well,
I
they're
don't know.
mixed now.
Okay. Oh, right.
So this makes a lot of sense. Unless you're 100% sure that emitter is invalid, even if it looks bad, you probably want to let it go here because you have a great way to just, cushion your lead with the bingo here. If you're Agnes, so Agnes still in a great situation here, but we did see our first phony of the best of 7. It's a very good one. Really,
Yeah,
really
that's
difficult to challenge.
funny. That is a good phony. And now, I guess you play like nearest, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Ernest is a little bit better. Not
I don't
sure.
know. That's what I was also thinking about.
Oh, but there's even better than that. You can hook the phony. You can play the R, make remitter, which is a word.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. You could play
Well, that would be
Sterain and
great.
remitter. That's the best play. Oh, that would be fantastic. You rarely see a phony word get left on the board and then hooked to make a valid word.
Yeah,
Do you
that would
ever
be
post
great.
pictures of your games?
Me? No, I
Sometimes,
never
yeah.
did.
Sometimes you'll post a picture of a game where there was a phony, but it was like fixed in this way, and then you don't have to say anything. You don't have to say, "Oh, I phonied," or "I got away with the phony," or "I let a phony go." Yeah, but unfortunately, it's all live on air this time.
Yeah, that would be great. I think it's hard when you see a phony on the board, or well, obviously neither player was certain that it was a phony, but in general, that's a hard hook to see, I think. But it's also hard to notice hooks of phonies because you never see those words come up in your studying with a hook next to it because they haven't come up in your studying. So I think it's harder to recognize. That would be awesome.
Yeah, no, definitely. The way the most players study is they don't study phony words. They study valid words, and if they're thorough about it, they will take note of any hooks, any letters that can be put on the front or the back of those words. And in this case, seeing remitter, sort of a stroke of genius. And we see a couple people in the YouTube chat have spotted it as well. But we're going to see Ernest here for 76, giving Agnes a very nice lead with a blank still unseen to both players.
Oh wow, yeah, that's big. That is big. So now Agnes will be up a bingo. And it's basically now Annette is in the position where she has to bingo. And luckily her play of emitter opened up a second lane if she's noticed that, because now she has the T to play through down at the bottom. And also potentially, oh, never mind, there's no more R's, so she needs the blank. Yeah. And I guess there's bingos that could fit next to Ernest. But anyway, Annette is going to have her work cut out for her to come back into this game.
Yeah, I do think though that this play seems a little bit simple. I think you just played
Right.
dope and
Well, yeah,
ED.
obviously. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, just take out the spot, score some points. But yeah, you really have to hope for a good draw here, Annette. I guess she might also try and open the board. But I think
This is
still
kind
in
of
this case,
yeah. No, I don't think.
I think.
I think you need to play take the points, and this is exactly the draw she would want for Agnes. The Q with like nowhere great for it on this board, I think. Or
Yeah, this
maybe
is a
nowhere,
really
nowhere
bad
at
draw
all.
for
Yeah,
Agnes.
I'm not
Doped
sure.
will give her Kaid,
Right.
but that's not fantastic.
Oh,
Oh,
well.
Annette deciding to open. This is what I'm saying. Very dynamic decisions.
Oh man, and this is
Very,
gonna
very dynamic.
backfire.
It is though.
What? Yeah.
So yeah, what are we in store for here, do you think?
I think we're in store for Kaid, as you were saying, and now Annette is just really hoping to draw the blank and hopefully get a bingo down. Um, Probably likely at the bottom with the T. But I think after this play of Cade, there will still be like Agnes's lead will be high enough that Annette will not just need a bingo, but need a high scoring bingo. And I'm not sure. No, I guess now she can start going for bingos from the Q as well with a U out. That would be interesting.
Ooh. Yeah, she could play off GS, maybe go for question.
Yeah.
Not quite a bingo here for Annette. This would work with a few floating letters, but unfortunate draw, and the blank still out there
Wow.
with 6 tiles in the bag. So very good chance for Annette to draw it. If she plays a few tiles here, maybe you play Stooge through the O of Doped. That's a really difficult play to spot, but now that you have opened the board, opened the left side, you have 2 spots to bingo, the T and QNet, as well as the O column if you get the perfect overlap of the EAR of Ernest. So Annette still has stuff to work with here, but does need to score points and potentially get a really good draw here.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. I don't know about Stooge. Getting rid of the E plus blocking the Q, not that you can count on the Q. I mean, obviously you want points, but it just feels tough. I wonder.
Yeah, how do you keep your E here? You might not be able to have everything, but yeah, the E does seem very important. I agree with you. You could, I'm not really sure. You could play Tongs and ES, keep ES on
Right.
your rack, and maybe hope for threats from the queue. That would be really interesting. What we do know is the U is still unseen as well as the blank. Let me see. I think the unseen letters, Annette doesn't know this, are ADIOU blank. So
Well,
audio blank is what's unseen. So if she does play Tongs, from Agnes's point of view, are there bingos on multiple fronts?
if she plays Tongs, yeah, there would be.
There would be Queridas from the
There'd be like
queue,
Quayside.
Wayside. That would be incredible. It's such a counterintuitive thing to take out one of your threats, the O column. But Annette might recognize that she's in a pretty desperate situation here. Needs to threaten some very unlikely scenarios to come back into this game. Recognizing the power of that E, despite needing the blank, the E is still a letter that is present in what, like 80% of bingos or something like that. It's just such an incredibly useful tile. It's the last one.
Yeah. And I'm wondering what Agnes does here now. I mean, obviously we still have to see what Annette does, and this is a hard turn, but I imagine Agnes is going to be blocking Elaine. So that also has to be going into Annette's mind right now, that the most dangerous threat right now is that T. So if Agnes takes that out, what is left after that? So that's when you really start having to think about what can I draw from this pool that plays in those more minor lanes, the more marginal ones.
Yeah, this has suddenly gotten extremely technical,
Yeah.
and just very difficult for both players, depending on what Annette does. But Annette's a fighter. She knows how to create chances for herself. That's why she played emitter. That's why she played doped. She is very good at knowing what she needs to be doing.
Yeah. I
Maybe
think she's
it could
probably
be
thinking about
argued.
grub. Huh?
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I think she's thinking of just fishing her S with grubs, but I'm worried about that. Uh, but what can be
Because
argued?
she's trying to, yeah, I mean, she's certainly looking at that option. It's certainly something you want to look at as an option. Like, how often do I draw bingo if I just play my S off? Doesn't look like very often. But
No,
what I
I
was
don't
trying to
look at.
say is that, yeah, Annette really knows what to do. Doesn't necessarily mean that she makes all the correct decisions, but her ability to decide what's important for the board, what's important for her, how to maintain a lead, how to come back into a game. That's, I think, probably her strongest attribute as a player. Um, I would say. I mean, the play of doped we saw was a huge point sacrifice, and has unfortunately put her in the position she's in now. But had she played doped on the other side, maybe a bunch of other things could have gone wrong. I think Agnes. Oh,
Mm.
very interesting. Okay, the S is being dropped. What is she?
Yeah, because what can you draw now? That has to be the thought.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm not
Maybe she's just
seeing.
biding her time and hoping to get back into um a range where a lower scoring bingo would do it. The thing is, if you're assuming that Agnes is gonna block the T, then the only bingo lanes left will probably be higher scoring and
This
even potentially out bingos.
this just makes. I mean, unfortunately, this just makes Agnes's decision, I think, really easy. She can play off 4
Yeah.
tiles here and not empty the bag. So she already has a 56-point lead. So if she decides that that's too much
Oh wow.
to overcome and just play something like this, yeah, line E for 34. I mean, going up by 90 points is there ever a world in which Annette can overcome this? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, there is no bingo, fortunately, with this. Wonder what she was going for. We'll have to well, not necessarily. If they want to be interviewed after this game,
Oh,
I would be
blank in the
curious.
bag. Blank in the bag though.
Oh my goodness. But it doesn't matter because Agnes has outdoing. So I think what's hilarious is, like, if you're a net here, I mean, you pretty much know you're lost. And you know that the unseen letters, no matter what letter is left in the bag, are threatening outdoing through the T and Q net. I think here you just, like, say, okay, well, that's too bad. Let me just block that and get it over with. But this is a best of 7. So what I will say about the format is that how much you lose by or win by is very, very unimportant. The only chance that would matter is if there's a tie game, which is 1 in many hundreds, likely to occur, something like that, 1 in 100. So, yeah, Annette doesn't really need to care at all here, I would say. But just being in a tournament situation where you see your opponent's going to have a bingo no matter what is left, kind of demoralizing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for sure. Yeah, gosh, there's like nothing to do. Yeah, this is not a nice position now for her. I imagine you just give up. I think there's no way of blocking, outdoing, and drawing an unblockable bingo. And even if she did, um, it's hard to imagine it would score enough. So
I feel like a lot of tournament players are, like, not surprised that the blank is in the bag here. I think people think that this happens, like, way too often. The last letter is the blank. Yeah, okay. We're seeing Ag come down, short for Agnes, who is hopefully going to spot or out bingo of outdoing. And okay, so Annette says, "Oh my God, the blank's in the bag," but yeah, it doesn't matter. Outdoing comes down. So that's gonna be the first game for Agnes. Gonna finish with 497 to 340 after all is said and done. So yeah, great performance.
Yeah, they both did well. I'd be interested to hear what Annette has to say about Doped. I think that was really pivotal. Yeah, and it
Yeah,
did give her
I
a
hope he gets
chance. It did
interviewed
give
though.
her a chance, but in some ways. But yeah, I would like to hear.
Yeah, let's listen to the
True.
Just nice.
So I just
It's
don't like.
really not that dangerous. Like,
Yeah.
make
That just seemed like it was like playing scared too much
sure.
and just giving up to way too much. So I was like, let's do that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, good game.
Good game.
All right, so
Okay. I don't think we need to really keep score. They're doing it for us
okay.
at this point, right?
Do we still have to give you the scores?
a good question. Oh, but yeah, in any case, great win for Agnes in this first round of the Scrabble Showdown in Belleville, Ontario. Here again with Chloe Fatsis. Thanks again to Let's Play Scrabble and to NASPA for this stream. We're gonna cut back to us. Let's discuss this game a little bit. I wonder where you think that went wrong, Chloe, in this game.
Yeah, what went
if
wrong?
anything.
Oh, well, I would like to see the board again. But I guess, well, Doped is the obvious thing that stands out, is like this was a moment where there was a play that Annette made that really deviated from what was expected. I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, obviously the Sima hooks were like pivotal for multiple turns and could have been big scores. But I think a lot of
Yeah.
those plays in the middle game otherwise, honestly, maybe AWE, just a bit passive and leading into a not so great situation for Annette. I think that might have been where things started to go a bit more south.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I mean, Agnes played really well when it mattered here. And I think it was a really, really difficult pre-endgame situation for Annette. But just playing off one tile there, I think was a little bit too slow and too hopeful. But really, really well played game by both players. Very interesting tactical battle. It was close for such a long time.
Yeah, the covalent decision. I'd also like to hear if Annette was considering Levance as well, and what her thought process was.
Yeah, maybe we can ask about that in a later interview. I think we're just gonna go straight to the second game. If both of the players are ready, I can ask production. But yeah, really, really excited. This has started off as a really intense matchup. I think this game was quite tense. So I think this will help both players sort of get settled into their cadences, because for such a long time the game was so close.
Right. I think also getting out the sort of nerves of the overdraw, and potentially if they realize that there was a phony played, maybe realize it. I mean, that never feels great to realize. But just getting those things out of the way. So hopefully some of their nerves about playing on stream have calmed a bit now that they've been through this first game.
Indeed. And we see these stats. I mean, there isn't much stats so far since we just started. But we've had these really awesome stats created by another Josh. So I'm Josh, production team, Josh Greenway. Josh Koff has created these really cool advanced statistic displays. They're called, I think we've called them Let's Play Scrabble Advanced Stats. And we will be seeing throughout the weekend these stats appear on your screen, giving you information about average scores, records, all the stuff that people love to see about players. And I mean, it's something that's been missing for such a long time, I think, in Scrabble streaming, right, Chloe?
Yeah, totally. Um, yeah, I think this is a great development. It'll be nice to have, yeah, different records about the tournament, see what are they stats for just in the tournament or also like outside player stats as well, or like past things.
I think for now it's going to be just for the tournament. There might be head-to-head records, but as we know, these players before this matchup have only played over the board once. But for now, it's just the tournament. But like things are going to expand and get even more
Mhm.
cool
Awesome.
as the broadcasts continue to pile up on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. So if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that bell or whatever you do to get informed when Let's Play Scrabble is live and streaming and posting videos and all that. Let's get back into the action. Once again, Josh Sokol here, joined by Chloe Fatsis to commentate over this Scrabble Showdown. So this time, Annette is first. See what she gets. Reaching into the bag of desire, as we call it.
Do we? Okay.
Wow.
Some
Call them
vowels.
out. Oh, this is interesting. I think you just exchanged 3 here, right? You could play
Yeah, it
Upo
looks
for
like
10.
yeah.
Upo
Looks
for
like that
10,
was an
exchange
active choice.
3.
Yeah,
Highest.
yeah, that was a quick decision. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
I like this as well.
Let's
Agnes
see.
reaches into the bag of non-desire. What do we call it then? What are we going to call it? Just the tile bag?
I don't know, man. Oh wow. It's quite the draw.
Now I know
Um,
how to troll you. This is great. Yeah,
um,
this, what do you don't even have any plays here. You have
I
Tiz?
guess his, yeah, gosh. Just make things harder for Annette.
Look at that lead.
Yikes.
CJSV. What in the world are you going to do with that next turn?
Oh man.
I think you exchange back. I don't know. This is so
Yeah, what do
weird.
you keep? Do you keep like SZIT?
Don't ask me. That's too hard. That I, I feel like CIST is the standard, but CIST
Yeah. Oh,
Z.
CIZS. Oh. Wait, I was saying ZIST, not C.
I know.
Um,
I was saying
oh,
C.
okay.
Let me cook. I'm really sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the worry with keeping all those consonants is just drawing more consonants.
Yeah,
As
but
attack.
I think Agnes is going to get some letters to work with. Unless Annette decides to exchange the Y here, you can just play Pinery. It's very
Right.
interesting. Agnes exchanged 2, so maybe Annette's really inclined not to make a play here. Maybe play something short like Yip.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fine. Yeah, definitely Pinery would be the standard play. But I don't love that adjustment. I don't know. I feel like I would just take the points even. Oh wow. Okay, another exchange. So she's totally perhaps over adjusting. Maybe based on the exchange too, or maybe she would have done this anyway. Um, but now Agnes gonna play Fizz.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think, you get into this dance early on where you exchange, your opponent exchanges, and you have really good tiles. It feels like that's the right approach. I'm not sure. It is really interesting. I mean, this situation where normally if there was no prior information, you would just play Pinery or Yip or something. I think because your opponent has given you information, this is what makes Scrabble to me just infinitely complex. Is that how much do you adjust for what your opponent just did, if at all? There are players that don't do it. and suffer as a result. And there are players that adjust to what their opponents just did and suffer as well. I mean, there's no real answer to how much you adjust to what your opponent's just done, if at all. But
Yeah,
Rapines
and
comes
then getting
down.
her big good down, which I think
I'll let you
that was
guys think about what I just said. Very philosophical. Yeah, 69 points. Very nice. Agnes's turn now.
Yeah, she can maybe come back with a double-double now. Staving.
Yeah, that's very nice. Staving for 44. Looks like the correct play. You have to see that. It looks
Right.
kind of weird. I didn't see that, but you saw it. Hopefully Agnes will see it too.
Yeah, I mean,
Play
I think if
staving,
you
you're
see,
taking the lead again.
yeah. Well, I think it seems pretty findable. You might see something like caving first when you're trying to get rid of all your consonants, and then you might realize that you're pretty close to a double-double there and keep looking.
It's a 20-point difference too, but the S is very nice to keep. I think we like taking the points here.
No, yeah, I would take the points for sure. But yeah, let's see what. Uh-oh. V on the ground or under something.
I mean, that's where it belongs, right?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, she's found it. Very nice. Staving, bringing the score to 74-69, as Annette has drawn JX.
Wow.
I want
That
to.
is.
How do you? Yeah, sometimes JX can be very difficult. Sometimes you can just play Jinx. Not here.
No, not here. Here, it will not be so easy. But she has options. Like Jolt seems fine.
Jolt to the teen staving. Yeah, how do you usually approach these situations? For me, I sort of have a hierarchy of needs every time I have like a rack like this. It's like first thing I want to play off is my J. J is worse than the X.
Yeah.
Second thing is maybe I can play both. How do you approach it?
Yeah, I think I have a similar thing. I see the J, and I'm like, that needs to go. As long as there's like a decent spot for it. Look around for a bit, see Jolt, and then think about, okay, well, if there's an X option that's like significantly better, so that would be probably in the high 30s of points at least. Then I would consider that X play as well, but that doesn't exist here. So, yeah, to me, this is pretty clear now.
Yeah, and Joe for 29 being suggested right above the R of Rapines, I think is significantly worse. You might think, why not get rid of that triple? Not let Agnes play. But you can only make a 3-letter word there if you're Agnes, and the benefit to Jolt is you're getting rid of one more consonant, and you're potentially setting up your X next turn if you redraw an O.
Yeah, the worry is, again, a Y hook, just like with Hare in the last game. A playmaking jolty and going in another direction would score a lot of points, but I don't think you can worry about that. I don't think that changes the calculus here.
I agree. That has not drawn an O, and Agnes has some awkward tiles to sort through. What is she looking at here? B-O-I-E.
Maybe she was thinking of Boit or Boit. I don't know how you say that word on the turn before, but I don't know where this goes now.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe she's thinking of playing C-E-I-L?
Huh, maybe.
Oh, wait. No, I don't know. Oh, she's thinking of just bogey, isn't she? Through the G.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. I got it. I don't know why I didn't see that. Yeah, that is a way to get rid of most of what you want to get rid of. But it only scores 8 points.
Yeah, I don't think I would would do that. I would probably look for something in the middle where you're scoring a bit more than that. Bogey also can often give back some nice plays underneath it, so I don't think that is quite warranted here.
Yeah, what you
What
could
about like
play just sort of,
9? Yeah, this is what I
yeah,
was
I
thinking.
like this. I like this a lot. It was a very difficult position, but yeah, Agnes finds a way to sort of get through it a little bit easier. Playing off the
Yeah,
duplicated vowels, scoring some points. This looks like her best play.
yeah, I like this. Keeping the C, yeah, the C is a good consonant. And I think, yeah, this rack it has potential now. This leave,
For Annette now, I
and that
think
might
she
be.
might just play fad on top, hit the triple, score some points, keep the X again.
Yeah, it sucks that she's not keeping any kind of hope for this X in terms of things on the board. Like, there's no great options, and that'll block the potential X play. But I think that seems right. She's looking at FUD, um, though I'm not sure where that would go.
I think maybe
Um,
she's just trying to find a spot for it. I mean, those would be
yeah,
the 3 letters that I'd maybe want to get rid of.
yes, yeah,
But yeah, fad for 29, I think makes a lot of sense here. The game again, super close, super tight. I mean, how are we going to make it to the rest of the board here?
I know,
Really
and this is kind
difficult.
of the opposite of what you were talking about last game. Now the bottom right is currently the hardest to access. Um, maybe.
And
Well,
to
there's a few
get there
ways.
immediately, you need to either play a word from the G in staving, play a 9-letter word through the IS, or play something with ism.
Yeah,
Only 2
exactly.
M's. Yeah,
Yeah,
really gonna be interesting to see who balks first, who decides to open this board first. I'd see a cat and mouse situation.
now might be the time when Agnes plays Seal, Ceil, like we were talking about last turn, and continue to keep things relatively closed down.
I mean, barring that, what would you even
Like,
do? You could
you,
play G.
yeah, you can do that. You can play Cero and So if you're feeling, I don't know, like opening things up for no real reason. No, yeah, I don't know what else you do.
The engine's recommended play by a little bit is recoil to the L and jolt, but that seems ridiculous. Even
Mm.
with a 30-point deficit, it seems like you're opening way too much by putting that R on the triple triple lane.
Yeah, it does. Um, hmm.
And I wouldn't
Yeah,
play eel here. I don't think. Would you ever consider eel and ES?
no. Let's see what goes in front of that. A bunch of letters.
Yeah, like everything.
Yeah, enough to make me not play that.
Actually, not that
Um,
much. HPRSTW.
that's quite a few consonants.
Sometimes you
Um,
gotta take some risks. I don't know. It's interesting.
I don't
But
know.
no, I wouldn't do that. But this is a very tough situation for Agnes.
Yeah.
She's only down 31 points, but she has no good options. She exchanges. What does she keep? ER? Okay, I guess that's a possibility. She could keep sort of just like punching a little bit into her deficit and keeping decent letters and not opening up too much for Annette, hoping to sort of come back that way. But very tough. She's thinking of Joltier.
Oh, that's interesting. Um, I don't hate it. I don't. I don't.
I like the discussion in chat. There are people that would certainly play Joltier, people that would never play, or sorry, certainly play Recoil, certainly never play Recoil. I think some people are optimistic players and others are pessimistic players, I think. If you're an
Mhm.
optimistic player, okay, let's open up a triple willy-nilly. If you're pessimistic, you just could never imagine giving such a gift to your opponent.
What's she looking at? Coil?
Coil keeping 3 E's.
Yeah, I think I would definitely do seal over that. But either way, the leave is not appealing. And you're just digging yourself into this hole of like, I know I'm not gonna score any points next turn, and maybe have to exchange then anyway. And then that's when I would start thinking, well, maybe I should just do it now. But I do think that Agnes's plays scored just enough to warrant playing.
I think the reason she just hasn't seen seal, which is just a weird.
Yeah, I guess maybe
putting
she
the
wasn't.
E before the I there, I think.
Oof. Okay, so 3 E's. However, this does block Annette's jolty plays, which she had drawn, which is an unknown to Agnes benefit.
Yeah, now things are kind of weird. I think Annette's probably going to be able to come up with something really nice here. You can keep the Y,
You can
hope for
set
an
up
A
your
or an
X.
E. Set up your X. Ooh, now we're talking. What, you play CRU for 5?
I'm trying to think of a better way than that, but that was the initial idea.
Yeah, I mean, Crux is the play that the engine suggests as its top option for score and leave value. But you could leave off the X and try and play XIXU next turn and open a triple. I think that's a terrible idea. Maybe if you were holding on to OX and you could play Oct and or an XU, not open
Right.
big triple, but I don't know. We'll
No.
see. We'll see what Annette comes up. I mean, these boards you're allowed to be really creative. There's so little going on that you can come up with just really, really unique and fun plans. Deal with whatever tiles you have and try and end up winning the game. So I think this is where Annette likes to sort of mix things up. So we'll see what she comes up with.
Yeah, what would I do? I don't hate something like incur. It sets up the X not quite as well and keeps the Y for jolty and like YE potentially. But I guess if you play Crux, you can do that anyway.
How do you even? I don't know if I would even see Crux as an option. It's so weird. Like a 4-letter word from the C doesn't hit the double word score. Normally, I would just not think to play a 4-letter word there because most 4-letter words will take an S, and that would open the triple. It's sort of something that I might have a blind spot to personally, but she has seen it, and it might just be your best play because, like you said, there isn't a fantastic way to set up our X for huge points, and I guess it's far more lucrative to draw an A or an E for jolty and ya or yay. That spot, unless Agnes has the other Y, is really not going to be going away that often. Crux comes
Yeah,
down.
now Agnes with the very powerful M on this board, with the ism hook, and now also being able to overlap the U of Crux for big plays. I'm not sure if you do that this turn, but when else
EME
can
is just so sorely tempting, right?
I know it's so tempting. It just gives back so often, so many points. Oh gosh, I might do it anyway.
What else is there? I mean, I agree. I don't
what else is
I don't like it. But I like the points. How do you get rid of your stuff here in any other way? You could play
I guess
Eve
play
and
Eve.
X.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a nice
Oh, that'd be
thought.
so cool. She's looking at it. Eve and EX, the perfect fork. Oh, this is so aesthetically pleasing to me. You guys have no idea.
I like it.
Wow.
I
What
like
a
it.
play.
Yeah, that's pretty great. And now, if I was Annette, I would be kind of freaking out. Like, what do I do about this situation? I guess the
Yeah,
unity
she's saying
is
something. I think she's scared.
yeah.
tell us why this play is so cool, first of all. For those that
Well,
might be newer to Scrabble.
yeah, like you said, it's a forking play, which means that it opens up two bingo lines in a way that both of those lines cannot be blocked on the same turn. So one of them is guaranteed to stay open. And what makes this one even cooler is that these are both bingo lines that would hit a triple word score. So they're very dangerous spots to have open. So if you're in the lead, you get really worried because you have no way of handling these two spots at once. And when you're behind, it's like the ideal sort of play that you always want to be looking for. Yeah, and especially spotting it when you have such an obvious play of EME for a lot more points. It's pretty impressive that Agnes found this really creative and clever play.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, just so aesthetically pleasing, putting the V in the middle of the board and saying, sorry, there are no two-letter words that end in V. And Annette has no choice here but to try and block one of the spots. She plays Unity, which opens another spot, a double-double,
Mm.
hooking that Y. So things are getting really spicy early on in this game. Agnes has drawn a rack extremely similar to the one that Annette had last game. 2 A's instead of 2 I's. Annette played hare.
Right.
And Annette mentioning she likes to talk about the game sometimes in the middle of the game, which is fun. Mentioning that she was holding on to the Y, trying to draw a jolty play,
Right.
and now opted to get rid of it, and is not very happy, and probably
Yeah.
still not very happy. She does have a 42-point lead, but look at that draw.
Yeah, that's not a nice draw. And it is especially bad because she didn't draw any front hooks to EX. So if she wanted to potentially block that spot where on a board where there's not that many other things to do, she won't even be able to really do that in a good way.
Yeah, now Agnes has so many options here. I mean, I don't really know where to start. You can use the double both ways that Annette just opened with YA plays AHA, AAH. You could play longer, you could play Uremia from the U in Unity. It's really things have just lightened up very nicely for Agnes. She can't be feeling so great. She doesn't really have an S, she doesn't have a blank, she doesn't have great tiles, but there are so many options for her to choose from. She's just going to be able to go with what she likes to do here. And there really isn't much wrong with any of the plays.
Yeah, like there's no one standout thing to do. I think as long as she leaves, I think keeping the R is important for Rex. I mean, there's more R's to draw, and there's other letters that go there, obviously, but it's a nice thing to hold on to. Yeah, this is nice. Scoring points, opening the board some more. Yeah.
Might have been slightly better to play AMAH, keeping the E, although there are tons of E's left to draw, so it doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah.
And Annette,
yeah. She has some bailouts. She can, I mean, it's not the most appealing. She could play Motto. That would be fine. Or Tong. Yeah,
Hong
what
and
else?
Yag. So there's Hogon, Yag, Hoen,
Togon,
keeping
yeah.
2
I forgot about
T's. But I think Motto makes sense here.
Yeah,
You sort of have
CNG.
to. Just looking at Congo though, there's a similar idea to Kogon.
Mhm.
You kind of have to recognize here that you might be ahead by 14 points, but you're far from having a secure lead, and probably just want to work on your leave here. But Congo
Yeah.
going sort of the opposite direction, playing a bit more restrictive, more Annette style, scoring well, but keeping 2 T's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2
this
T's
is
is the
fine.
best, but it's fine. And Agnes drew pretty terribly, which is good news for Annette. Agnes will be able to play Cat QAT to the T of Unity. I don't see any better option there. So she won't have to exchange. But yeah, things have not quite gone in the direction that you might have predicted for Agnes.
Oh yeah, no, it's always dependent heavily on what you draw. You could play, yeah, she's playing Maria. I like this idea as well. You have caught for next turn, but you might draw better. You might draw one of the 3Ds to play the same word as last game, Kaid, or Cade, through the eye of Maria. You can draw one of the 2 U's. I like this a lot, actually. Keeping
Yeah, actually.
what she would have kept with caught, sort of a hit or miss situation.
Yeah, you're right. I like this more as well, and I think I tunneled too much in my initial thinking on getting rid of the Q, which might be what a lot of players would do, but it's good thinking to realize that actually it's okay to hold on to it when you have some bailouts available on the board.
And Maria being the plural form of Mare, I think we've seen on a recent stream, this is a word that trips people up. It is a plural form. So if you see it on a board where you could potentially hook it with an S, don't do it. Don't do it. Not a valid word. But anyways, that's neither here nor there because it is not hookable here. What a draw by
No,
Agnes.
too bad
A
she
blank,
didn't
an
make
S. Quackles.
quackles.
Gosh, shout out to our engine. Now back to
But yeah,
Annette, who's still ahead.
yes, we shouldn't forget that.
Her top play here, according to the engine, is a very difficult to spot entreat through the R of Maria,
Oh, no.
keeping a lone E. But I'm more likely than not, he's going to be looking to play off just a few letters, 3 letters, maybe TEE somewhere. There isn't really anywhere to do that.
Yeah, you can play any E. Obviously not as good because you keep the duplicate T's, but it scores decently. Any E making ON and NE and Yage.
Yeah, that's an option. I'm just so worried here. I still don't have a hook for EX.
I know.
I still don't have a blank. Still don't have anything fantastic. But I still have a lead. So no need to panic. Any E for 20. And Agnes is gonna have to spend another move here, just ridding herself of the Q.
Yeah, now
See
I
what
think is the
Annette draws.
time. Is she thinking just QI or maybe QIS?
She
I think you take
is.
the extra 10 points.
Yeah, it's possible she hasn't seen Cot for 22.
Yeah.
But this is a much better. This pretty much just guarantees a bingo next turn, so
Yeah.
wouldn't be a huge mistake, if at all.
No. And now Annette can block. I don't think she has a bingo herself.
No bingo here for Annette.
Yeah. I think
Decent
now
looking
maybe you
letters,
just
though.
I think I would probably block with like pedal or something on the top row. Now that she's drawn the L, which goes on top of EX.
Here's the thing here. In this position, there are 14 vowels left, or 15 vowels, 22 consonants unseen. Annette. So it's starting to look a little bit difficult with vowels. I don't know if you really spend all of your good letters playing pedal here. Maybe you just play exit for 11. Block that way. Or expat as well is available.
Yeah, that could actually be fine.
Could play prattle through the R as well. Try and go for those blanks. They're still out there from Annette's point of view.
Yeah, and Annette is up almost 30 here. So the scoring would be good to stay if Agnes does bingo within a closer range. And going for a bingo herself. This is tough. There's a lot of ways you could approach this position that would very much change kind of the course of the game.
It's definitely, yeah, so she sees Prattle, she's considering it. I think Annette does like the idea of going for those blanks, but is a little bit hesitant potentially to leave everything open and blow up her rack. It's also triplet, the possibility for 4 fewer points. That is a little bit less dangerous. There are fewer hooks. You can put an S onto triplet, but onto Prattle, I think you can put E, S. Can you put the R on that? Yes, you can. So prattler also a valid word. But yeah, very interesting spot. I definitely like the idea of just pushing through and trying to draw a blank. The problem is, what has Agnes just done? She's just dropped her Q for 12 points. Is she close to something? Is it worth just blocking because of that? Seeking triplet.
Yeah, I think I would have a hard time not blocking on this turn. So maybe this is showing a difference in our styles. But I think I like the idea, and sort of it's thinking ahead about, okay, I just want to get one of these blanks that's out, and doing as much as you can to make that happen. But
now this is a moment of truth for Agnes. She has 105 points on the table with Slakers and Sex. And it looks like she's playing it.
That's awesome.
This is huge. This is really, really huge. And depending on what Annette plays, if she's unsure that this is valid, is she going to challenge?
Yeah,
She
when you
does
see
not
a bingo
hesitate to challenge.
No. Yeah, and you said it's 105. Yeah, a bingo like that is so tempting to challenge. I mean, it's just one of those turns where you're like, if I let this go and it's not good, that is a massive, massive error, obviously. So yeah, this will put Annette's word knowledge to the test. And also her ability to just like regain her composure a bit, even if she doesn't challenge, and make a plan to get back in this game.
Yeah, how do you usually approach these situations? Because this puts Annette down, what is it, 57? How do you decide whether or not to challenge? It does look like Agnes is drawing tiles. Yeah, how do you approach this, Chloe?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm not good at knowing when to challenge and not in general, so it's not my strong suit. But it would be hard. I mean, it would just, obviously so dependent on if you know the word or if you feel like you've seen the word. But I think generally when I'm in a position, if I hadn't seen the word ever, I might challenge. But it looks like Annette is going to do the right thing and play MY here for a ton of points.
Right. I mean, when you have 43 points on the table, it's also a lot more difficult to give those up and threaten to just lose the game next turn. It's such a big swing. And there's the second blank for Agnes.
Oh, that's huge.
It would have been such a huge swing to lose a turn.
Oh wow, I wonder what they're saying. I'm wondering if it's about Annette's maybe wondering about Slakers.
Yeah, we'll get that rack fixed later, but we can still see the tiles. AEGOUU blank for Agnes, who's up 14 points. She's probably feeling pretty good, but not amazingly with her inability to do much here.
Yeah, now she's gonna just be in full cleaning up the rack mode.
Play Luau from the Ellen Slakers.
Yeah, honestly, not bad.
Luau for 8. It's probably the best option here. I mean,
yeah, I don't see anything.
The G is terrible. The 2 U's are terrible. The Q is gone. There's absolutely no use for the U's. There are 2 W's unseen to you. You do not want to draw a W with a U.
No, definitely.
I think getting rid of both U's would be the first thing on my mind.
Yeah. no, luau seems like a good play. Yeah, you just, on this turn it's like autopilot. How can I find the word that lets me get rid of 2 U's? And that is the one.
What's definitely worrisome here for Agnes, the unseen letters aren't great from her standpoint, but there are a decent amount of high-scoring letters that can be used to score well around the E of triplet. So if Agnes doesn't manage to draw into a bingo rack, it could get a little bit difficult and touch and go if Annette's able to score next turn and maintain control over her deficit. So clocks are decent for both players. Agnes at around 8.5 minutes, Annette at 7 minutes. There are 15 tiles left, so there's still a decent amount of game to play, and things are getting quite complicated here. But we'll see. We'll see what Agnes comes up with, how quickly she comes up with the plan. Looks like she's spotted luau. I think if you see this, you don't have to look that much further.
No, I agree. One of those turns where you know what you have to do, you see the thing that does it, and you don't want to waste more time. She's gonna play it.
Yeah, great use of time, great find for Agnes, and this draw, very important.
Yes, very important. And now you're in the position for Annette of not wanting to obstruct anything on the board right now. I would probably just maybe do DOW near the top. She's looking at word, which scores better, but I just don't like the potential for this to just make it so much harder for her to get back into it. Though I guess I was thinking of Annette as being down more than she is. It's really not so much.
She's thinking of playing word. Honestly, maybe you could play drowned here. Play 6 tiles, not open as much, and go for that blank. Tie the game up. You're only down 22.
Yeah. Not bad.
So, why
I guess
is she
word.
changing?
Well, 'cause
word doesn't fit. Yeah, okay.
Word is what I realized as we were going over that.
Very nice. But I don't like this. I don't like this decision. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think that the O, you don't want to keep the O. You don't really want to keep the R either. There's so many of those left to draw. I think this is giving Agnes maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, because now Agnes can play a word starting with the D, going to the right, the D of wand, and make it really hard for Annette to get a bingo down on this board, or really score well.
She could, but look at that. Not a great draw. Triplicate
No.
R's, duplicate O's, just as I said, I don't want to keep those letters with so many left. I don't think that Agnes necessarily needs to play defense here. She is down by 10.
Yeah, I know.
She doesn't have the greatest chances of maintaining a lead unless she bingos. I think just playing something like hold. Just no nonsense play to the D and wand, taking back the lead, trying to bingo next turn. It is tough. Engine suggesting logoed. Very weird looking word. I like that. Logoed, setting up the H. Actually doesn't set up the H at all. Can't draw any A. Oh, you can draw an O. Sorry, I'm rambling. I don't know, just anything using, I mean, this just gives Agnes such an easy target. And yeah, it's looking not so great for Annette.
Yeah, I think if you're Annette, you want to be making things a bit more complicated here. Though I guess we're speaking from the perspective knowing Agnes has the blank.
Right, and knowing Agnes doesn't have a bingo, which is what she's looking for right now, burning a lot of clock doing it.
Yeah.
How long is she going to take looking for a bingo? I think she's going to potentially get into some time trouble here. because there are some 8-letter words possible, like theology. There's bog hole as a 7.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be
Wow.
missing something here.
No, you don't. But what is the clock time that we're playing in this tournament? I have not noticed.
It is 25 minutes. In
Okay.
previous iterations, it was, I think, 22 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
But both players prefer the full clock.
Got it.
She's looking at hold. I mean, nothing is a guarantee here unless you have a bingo. Because if you have a bingo, you're leaving one tile in the bag, taking a very good lead. So that's why Agnes was doing some diligence there, trying to see if she could spot something. Maybe even a 9-letter word through the AT. But I think hold here looks pretty good. Gives Agnes good chances. Bingoing maybe through the A of Maria. Maybe bingoing
Right.
on the lane she creates with hold. But it's tough.
Yeah, no, that seems fine. Yeah, hold seems totally fine. I wonder what she is considering here. Because there are a lot of factors, such as like if she misses bingoing again. But I think because hold scores enough points that it's like, she's not sacrificing a lot for that play or anything like that. It makes it a totally fine play. Ood.
That's another option. There's also being suggested logo overlapping, making OWE, GAT, and ON. What about that play?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I guess that just runs into the issue of worrying about maybe getting outscored if Annette can find a way to bingo through the A, and then Agnes is stuck on this board with nowhere to go. It also doesn't totally block plays to the D and sets up a
Yes.
scoring spot. Because you can make a play hooking low goy with the I goes after that. So it is what Agnes is gonna do, and luckily for her, Annette doesn't have a scoring tile to go next to the ON either. But yeah, it's an interesting choice.
And now I think, this might actually be somewhat simple for Annette. She's not happy, I'm sure, in the position she's in with the blank unseen to her and these terrible tiles, but DORR for 15, leaving one tile in the bag, getting rid of your triplicates and your duplicates. What else could you possibly think about in this position?
Yeah. That seems totally fine.
The problem is she is going to get bingoed on if she plays that.
Yes, I know. I'm wondering if there's any other option worth considering, but yeah, I think you just got to do this. Probably.
So Annette currently has a 3-point lead after this play. Agnes is low on time, but if she just spots any of her bingos through that A of Maria, it's very hard to see how she's going to
Yeah,
lose. It's close to like re-addition.
Yeah, deathbed instantly. It's a nice find.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there's breathed, deathbed, and Bethesda.
Oh, that's
beautiful.
Oh god.
For 100
that one
points.
was so hard. Oh, that would have been nice.
Yeah, now it is over. The last tile in the bag is, oops, put the wrong thing here. The last tile in the bag is the W. Again, and that is one tile off re-addition. That would have been a beautiful way to end the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be 2 in a row for Agnes.
Yeah, wow. Agnes getting
very great game.
Yeah, a really interesting one again. Those turns in the middle of like with that forking play that Agnes made things so tough for Annette. And it kind of worked out exactly as Agnes could have hoped eventually. It took a little while, but well, yeah, she hit Slakers. And yeah, a very different
Beautiful
game
play.
than a very different game than after something like EME. And it's great that Agnes is looking for ways to complicate Annette's life.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Complicating Annette's life. Yeah, going up 2-0 in this best of 7. I think, yeah, we'll definitely go to overhead mic once the game ends. I think we're going to take a small break and come back for the third round of a possible 7 between these two expert players. But yeah, a tough loss for Annette here. Didn't draw a blank. Tried to with triplet. Was struggling with some awkward racks. Yeah, just couldn't quite make it happen. But very well played game again from both sides. Do you think Annette's going to want to change her game plan going forward, or I mean, when you lose 2 in a row like this, sort of wonder if you're doing anything
Right.
wrong? But I think it's important to maintain your confidence and just keep playing your game. And I think Annette's very good at that. She is
Yeah, I
looking.
don't think.
She has 3 minutes to look for something.
Yeah, I don't think she gets tilted very easily. And I'm not, well, if she had a specific game plan, maybe that would be changeable. I'm wondering, oh, and she keeps Tiz. Never mind. And that is obviously going out.
Goodness. Yeah, you had some crap.
All right, let's listen.
I might have missed some stuff too. I don't know.
So 405 to 350.
Yeah.
Well, it helped me to get those 2 blanks, and it wasn't in the last time of the bag, so that made a difference.
Maybe I'm supposed to just challenge that
Yeah.
just in case it's not.
I almost
That's gotta
played
be good.
Bed death, which is like a funny, slang word.
I
But,
wish you had
but
played
that one's not good.
Yeah,
It's deathbed, and I see it. Is Jolty good? That one?
Yes.
It is.
Jilty is not good. Jilty is good for sure. I was so hoping you
Oh,
challenged
and
Because I've made
Jotty
is good.
Jotty is good
that.
too.
Jilty is good.
Oh god, I need a list of these JY words.
Yeah, I think it's only like Jilty that's not good.
It's only Jolty.
Yeah.
I think it's one of them that doesn't compare, like Jolty or
Oh,
Jotty,
right, I'm not
and
sure
that's
about
where I
that.
get the
Right.
confusion, because then I'm like, well, is it even good at the Y if it doesn't compare, right?
Actually, I'm not sure of those.
Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy.
Interesting. I think that Agnes is thinking of maybe Jeery as well. Jeery not being valid. Those can be very trippy. Those 5-letter
At the beginning,
JY
like,
words.
I exchanged like JV because I had like ZICT something else, and then I got back FG, and I'm like, well, if she plays an A,
Yeah.
I'll have Zaftig, but then
Ooh,
you
that'd be fun.
but then you exchanged again,
Yeah.
so I
No,
was
that
like,
was weird. My opening rack, I kept PISC and I traded OEU.
mhm.
And then
Slater-
I drew Spiner plus a Y.
Spiner plus a Y.
Yeah. And I thought maybe Pyrene's was good, but
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
know. Yeah, I looked it up, there's nothing, and I traded the Y.
Yeah.
Because I could have played like Yip or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured it just bingo so often. So
Yeah.
I played with the Y. And like you traded 2 as well, so.
Yeah, you probably thought I had like some great stuff,
Right.
and I'm like,
Yeah, I was curious when you played Fizz if you kept the Z. Because like it would make sense to keep the Z on the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see at the that was the other letter I had. I thought about playing Tiz at the beginning,
Mhm.
but it kept like C, V, J, something else weird, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I hated throwing away the J because it scores so well,
Yeah,
but it's such,
the J
but it's
the
not
J
a great tile otherwise if you
it's
don't have a space for it. So
It's definitely not.
it might end up being a hindrance.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you really screwed me here because I had tie-in here for like a shit ton.
Oh yeah.
TIY. No, TIY.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. So that's a little bit of the post-game chatter there between the two players. Yeah, what do you think, Chloe? Any good insights there?
Well, it seems like just some things that maybe players were considering or didn't consider based on word on unsureness, such as even like with Joltier, we were talking about Agnes thinking about that, but clearly she was unsure about these 5-letter comparing J words. And also hearing them talk about those opening turns of the exchanges was interesting. Like I'm not sure if Annette considered something like Pinery. it seemed like a pretty automatic to exchange again there. So I wonder if either of those plays would have affected things for these players.
Yeah, indeed. So, right, it's 2-0 in Agnes's favor. Annette, fresh off of her win in Phoenix, encountering some resistance in this awesome Let's Play Scrabble Showdown. It's a very redundant way of saying it. In Belleville, Ontario. So this is the pre-show for the Canadian Scrabble Classic, and what a matchup it's been. Here I am with Chloe Fatsis, joining me from the US of A. I'm sitting here in Montreal. But yeah, are you excited to see the next potential 5 games of Scrabble?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
I know. I'm not what?
I mean, 7 games, it's a lot. 25 minutes. You have some food, you have some sustenance.
I have a snack. I have a granola bar. But no, I'm excited. I'm hoping that we get some wins from Annette to make this more interesting, to go longer. We get more Scrabble. I know Annette has it in her to make a comeback, so I would not be surprised if this one goes a long way.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to things. So once again, thanks everybody for joining live on YouTube. Today's live stream brought to you by NASPA Games. You can learn more about where to play Scrabble in North America at scrabbleplayers.org. And you can visit letsplayscrabble.com for more tournaments like this one coming up and more live events such as the Scrabble Showdown. So we're going to take a small break here on our end. Thanks everybody for joining. We'll cue up the awesome music and see you guys in just a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our feature matchup, Belleville, Ontario. Once again, I'm Josh Sokol, joined here by Chloe Fatsis to commentate over Agnes Kramer and Annette Obrestad. We're about into game 3 of a potential 7. So what do you think, Chloe?
Yeah, I did the 2 games. They were both the first 2 games were good games. They were pretty close most of the way. And there were a lot of interesting decisions. So great stuff for us to talk about. And I'm excited to see hopefully Annette make a bit of a comeback here so we can prolong the series.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And we're having a little bit of internet issues here, but hopefully you guys can hear us okay. We should talk about what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the like and subscribe account on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. So, if anybody can hear me, the best way to let me know is by liking this live stream and subscribing to Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. 68.8% not subscribed. I mean, that's a pretty decent number, I'm not going to lie. But it could be a lot better. Also, these numbers don't equal 100. Are these doctored? Not really sure. Anyways, just subscribe if you're watching this. It's free. Like, what are you doing? Anyways. I think the players are ready. So if they are, we can just jump right back into the action. We got Agnes going first. Round 3.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right now she's up by 2. She's up 2-0. Let's see if she can make it 3-0. That would be very difficult to come back. I think it's still anyone's game here after 2 rounds, but if Agnes wins 3 in a row here, yeah, it'll take something short of a miracle for Annette to come back. I think the momentum is very strong. So let's see how this goes. Welcome everybody in the YouTube chat. Oops. You're still here, right, Chloe?
I am. Sorry, I had to plug in my computer. Let's do it.
All right, so Agnes with perfect drawing technique. I mean, look at that. Stellar technique. First letter G, not good.
Oh. It's looking...
The suspense.
Okay, wow.
So EEGIOSS. What's your first thoughts here?
My first thought is to play ego and set up my S's. Probably.
Yeah, you could play ego in either spot, right?
Either way.
E
Yeah,
on
I
the
know, in
star
either
or O
spot.
on the star.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I guess maybe I would put the O on the star.
Yeah, not a huge difference. You could also just play E goes, which it looks like Agnes is thinking about, but I think she's going to opt to keep both S's. This makes a lot of sense. So an 8-point opening play, but a big threat for the next turn if Agnes is able to draw a couple consonants here. But Annette,
I know, drawing the blank
first
right
blood.
up. I know. I'm not seeing anything that she has right now, and I think Vo makes a lot of sense. You don't want the V, you don't want 2 O's. And she didn't have any like great scoring plays or options that I saw, so I think it makes sense to play something like Vo here. Also, if she potentially sniffs out the S setup, she's obstructing that.
Yeah, very nice, very quick decision as well. It looks like Annette's best play, and she just very quick.
Yeah.
I'm actually super impressed by that speed. But the cue now for Agnes, completely destroying her chances of bingoing on this turn.
Yeah.
And she can
And now
make a
she'll need
little.
to play with those S's.
Yeah, she could play with Vos or with egos. If she plays with egos, we have a little bit of a U situation on the board, right?
Yeah, I
But
don't
I
know
think
why.
she's gonna opt to play with Vos.
Yeah. This makes total sense to me. It's a few more points. And it keeps her S that she's keeping still valuable, whereas playing with egos would really close things down a lot.
Yeah. I mean, this is the aggressive placement, trying to bingo still. If you played with egos, I mean, the board is just so insanely dead after that. So I
Yeah.
would be really interested to see what would happen after that one. But yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for Agnes. Just she knows she has good letters, so why not try to maximize their value?
Yeah, and what's going on here?
Oh, this is bad. Pithoid
This
does
is
not take an S. This is a plural.
And are we sure she's making that an S?
We'll see. We'll see the blank slip cam.
I think Agnes looked suspicious. Oh, she made
Oh
it a
no,
D.
it's a D. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I think Agnes will challenge this.
Yeah, I mean, lithoid is a word and pithoid is a word, so probably confusing those two. Is there a P word like that? I don't think so. Yeah, that looks like a very, very common explanation for why expert players especially play invalid moves is they're inflating two valid words. So in this instance, lithoid being valid and pithoi being a word, plural of pithos, is probably what is responsible for this. And it looks like
and
this
there
is
it
going to get challenged successfully. This is
Wow, nice.
huge for Agnes.
Yeah, seriously.
And
Let's see.
all right, this is hilarious. Oh, look at this challenge camera.
And yeah,
Huge thanks to wordjudge.me. Yeah, that's coming off the board. Artmore creating this online program for challenges. I love this. You have to love that challenge cam, but you have to hate Annette losing your turn here so early. Pithecoid is a word. I don't think Annette was thinking of that, but maybe. All right, so Agnes now back on turn. She doesn't have a bingo still. She has that F that's a little bit pesky, but she can make
but
a
now,
really strong play here.
yeah, if or diff would be super strong. She knows that Annette doesn't have an S, and that would be under QI or under the QI. She could set up her own S for big plays that Annette would not really be able to deal with without burning her blank.
Yeah, so this is great for Agnes. It's still, I mean, it's still S against blank, and we know who usually wins that. But Agnes having the lead and definitely having some nice letters for next turn. I think she's just trying to see if there's maybe something else that Annette has available to her, potentially an 8-letter word through the V or the O, or just probably some 7-letter word that was missed. Probably trying to go through the alphabet, trying to play the position as if she's in Annette's shoes. But usually when somebody plays a phony 7-letter word, next turn, they're probably not going to play a valid one. So it's definitely something to look out for. Maybe Annette missed something. Maybe she was pretty sure this was a valid word, but yeah, maybe trying to restrict by playing IF and OI might be something to think about. But once again, OI still takes the PO for POI. So I think Agnes is going to eventually come to the conclusion that she can just play IF with little to no risk.
Oh wow! And I was wondering if she was gonna go for this phony bingo herself.
Oh man, the plot thickens, everybody.
Wow, and okay, and that's writing things down. I wonder if this is in part a psychological effort because Annette just lost a turn. It can be hard to challenge a word after having just lost a turn. So maybe Annette would be slightly less likely to challenge. That said, this word to me stands out pretty alarmingly of not looking familiar. But I'm not seeing. Did she say hold?
She did say hold. I think Agnes is drawing her courtesy tiles. I don't think the hold has been released. So at any moment, until Annette makes a play or says, I accept, something along those lines, she can challenge this word.
Yeah. And interestingly, this
And
does give Annette at least, a couple of bingos. It gives hoplitic, pissolith. I think those are, maybe I'm thinking of no, okay.
yeah,
Anyway.
hoplitic, that's true.
What
Very interesting. I think you still challenge.
Yeah, I think you still challenge too, but if you see that, it also makes it even harder to pull the trigger, unless you're not sure. Unless you are sure that it's not a word, which it is not.
Yeah. The issues, everything will stabilize. But yeah, that's coming off the board. That's 2 phones in a row. So let's just act like they cancel each other out. Now we're playing full knowledge Scrabble. Your opponent has. I hate this version of Scrabble. I would rather not know what my opponent has and just go on my own way.
Yeah. Do we think?
Finally, Agnes is
sorry.
taking it off. Sorry.
Yeah. Was she
Agnes,
thinking of enfilade or something, maybe? Or do you think that this is an attempt to do you think this was a deliberate choice?
I would think that it's somewhere in between. I think Agnes thought this looked like a good rack. This looked like a rack that contained a similar word, and this was the one that made the most sense. But yeah, I don't think she was trying to do any on purpose, but it is possible. It's always possible.
Yeah,
So
and now
Annette still has ophitic.
Right, which she sees.
There's nowhere to play it. She was
No, I
hoping to
think,
get maybe a spot for it.
But Kof seems like a strong play if she sees it. She had it kind of set up. Maybe she's still looking for bingos or thinking of poi.
I don't know. I don't think she's seen poof. It's such a weird keyword. I feel like she
Yeah, I
would
guess
play
it would,
that at so many points. So maybe she'd be worried
I guess
about giving back bingo.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, keeping the 2 eyes wouldn't have been ideal, but I do think the points of Kof are just make it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, now that the dust is settled, it's 36 and that 27 Agnes, and that still has the blank. And yeah, it's a weird now.
Yeah,
what
very
would you do
weird.
here?
In Agnes's position, let me think. Gosh, it's so tough. Annette has the blank here. So I guess you just really the main idea, I think, is not opening up a lot of lines for 8s. And still making sure that your S is as powerful as it can be. But there's just not anything super great. I guess you could. You think I'm not coming with really anything.
Yeah. Maybe you just play if. Yeah, maybe you just play if, and just hope you get there first.
Yeah, I guess. You keep the diff if you don't draw the. Sure.
Sorry again, guys, about the issues here. But yeah, we're trying to get those out. So back to that. She actually doesn't have the bingo once again. And I don't know. The game has gone so weird so quickly.
Yeah, no, it really had. All these turns so much harder knowing at least even partial information about your opponent's rack still. It's like twice so much more to fit into your calculations, and it can be quite stressful, honestly. You end up burning a lot of time if you're not careful. Um,
Yeah,
um,
it's really weird. Anyways, okay. Let's try and figure this out.
yeah. Well, I think for Annette, I think hate is fine. It just scores well under it. You can play hate. Unless there's a better
Right, yeah,
version of that.
making DIAOFT, that's
Yeah.
very nice. That's a lot of points. But I think you're going to be looking for a while for maybe some 8 or 7-letter word here. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Annette doesn't hit another landmine and phony.
Hmm.
Yeah, just 8 underneath. Looks quite good. It's kind of difficult to see. Well, she's looking at oath, which keeps much better, but scores much less. That's a great option as well. Oh, she saw her bingo. Wow, I think she saw that she had Thiotepa through the P, had it not been
No.
blocked. That's what it looks like.
Okay,
she's
she's switching to
Okay.
so she had missed the other first. Wow, Thiotepa, that's a nice find. That's a hard one to see.
Now, I guess this gives Agnes somewhat simple options. She also still hasn't hit a bingo despite keeping ADELS. She's drawn NV.
Yeah.
I am not green with NV about that. Sorry, that's terrible.
Yeah, I think have from the H of hate is totally fine. You just take the points. It sucks to keep 4 consonants, but sometimes you just gotta take the points.
Yeah, after 30, you can maybe play hand. 24.
Whoa, a crazy
ELSB.
thing coming up here. Do you see what Annette just drew and what her options are?
I'm not seeing it.
Zonation.
What? Oh, just zonation. Oh,
But
okay.
either one.
Wow.
But either one, you ozonation or zonations.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is getting crazy. If Agnes doesn't play half for 30, Annette's going to have the choice to play one of 2 placements of the word zonation. Now, in either case, this word is setting up a gigantic hook to the triple word score. So if she plays it above, setting up ozonation, as Chloe mentioned, plays it below, she's setting up zonations. Now,
Yeah,
what's crazier about this is that because Agnes played have instead of hove, Annette can sort of think that it's very likely Agnes did not hold on track after her play. So maybe it's actually worth trying zonation on the top and setting up an O.
Yeah, I know. Because usually I think you probably just pass up the I mean, knowing Agnes has the S, you definitely don't word. But I wonder if you don't have any sort of read on this. I wonder if it's something you pass up. But I agree that I think it's worth playing, knowing that. Yeah.
It's like there's nothing good. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's seen it. It's like she's looking to play Zune, which makes perfect sense. Oh, that'd be so crazy.
This is big. I wonder. She hasn't set up zonation, so I wonder if she's just doing from Zune. I wonder if she just didn't see it at all or never even like bothered considering it because risky it seems.
Hmm. Yeah, apologies again about the internet issues. Hope we can get those sorted through eventually. But until then, we'll try our best to commentate.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, back to Agnes here after Zune for 13. Agnes is holding only one vowel, and she had a choice of making an overlap, forming OK and NE next to the play of Zune. She could also play something like Drek here, which would set up her S on the triple on the bottom. And she could also get rid of her S, play something with Zune. I would recommend that. I think Agnes wants to hold on to what's good on her rack here.
Yeah, I like the idea of Drek. Again, she knows that Annette still has the blank now. It's been a while. It's kind of sometimes you can even forget these things, I think, after enough time passes if you're not being careful. Yeah, this also makes some sense. I think I would like to hold on to the S because that's so powerful, and Drek would make it even more powerful, setting up Drek and keeping Zunes open. But this also makes sense just to score some more points, and this does really restrict the board a lot.
Yeah, this play means that a lot of Annette's bingos are either going to be blocked or will now have to fit in a pretty unfortunate location on the board, as we see with this rack. Cantina is a playable bingo, making Za, also Infanta, Cantina being a better version, will give Agnes a lot to work with on the top of the board. Well, little does Annette know that Agnes's tiles are terrible. What a horrible draw. And yeah,
Yeah, and she
this play is
don't
putting
know.
Agnes way down in the dumps. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Um, Now Agnes is just in a really tough spot where she has absolutely no comeback. Brill, I think that's probably what she'll play through the eye of Cantina, just to clean up the rack and get rid of some of these consonants. But yeah, it doesn't feel good when your opponent makes such an opening play and you have very little you can do about it.
Yeah, Agnes being down 51 now is going to probably play her favorite word. Yet again, she played drill in game 1. And now we see it probably as her best play yet again. But yeah, being in this position kind of sucks. I guess the one saving grace is that drill does open the board up. And that Sea of Cantina, although it is smack in the middle of triple lane, is a blank. So playing anything through that C is not going to score any points for C, at least. So it's not as dangerous as a real C would be, or maybe some other letters in that box.
Yeah,
Hopefully Agnes
definitely.
can draw something good here. Or maybe we're hoping for things to be prolonged and for Annette to win this game. I don't know. Can we take sides like that?
We can take sides for the sake of Scrabble.
Yes.
This
Options
turn
for Annette
might,
here now.
yeah, it might test her word knowledge a bit. I think Bromic would be a good play to see. It actually looks like she's seen it. Yeah, that would be very
Yeah, very
nice.
quickly. That's a beautiful find. Could also play Microbe, do the same C, get rid of an extra tile for 3 extra points, but Bromic looks fantastic here. Also, possibility of just playing Boil to the L and drill, keeping things tighter and balancing the rack a little bit better. But I like taking the points here. You're already up 40. You're going to be up 70 plus. Kind of what you want to do. So if Annette's sure of this word, I think it's going to come down.
Yeah, that seems like a nice play. I think I prefer it over Microbe. Yeah, it just keeps things a bit tighter.
I agree. It looks like it's coming down. Beautiful, beautiful play.
Awesome. Very nice.
And Agnes racks a little bit better, but that U is really just getting in the way of a bingo. You could maybe play a couple of tiles off here. Maybe play off the U, maybe an L, maybe a D. But maybe it's about time to play something like valued from the V have. Just open that board a little bit more, but it must hurt to conclude that that's what you want to do. You maybe want to just play dual DUAL, do that same L and drill. Between those two, what would you choose?
I would choose valued. I think you're at a deficit. You don't want to close down any of the lanes, and that N is going to be pretty useful, honestly. With her rack now in other position and slightly other combinations of her rack, that would be a great tile to play through, and it often is. I think opening another better lane than the V down below is good, and scoring more points is also good. There's a lot more ease for Agnes to draw. So I think blowing up the rack can be a bit scary, but I think it's better than kind of closing yourself in on a board that is increasingly harder and harder to bingo on.
Yeah, I agree. It does definitely suck to open up a triple at the expense of the board, especially when you're down by a lot. But I think, optically speaking, you do not want to block things here. There are still places to bingo. There is still a blank out. But yeah, it's going to get pretty easy for Annette to handle the threats on the board if you don't start making a little bit of an effort, keep things open.
Yeah.
It's not like,
like
valued is like, oh, the board is going to be totally closed next move. It's just, I think it's just a reaction to maybe a few moves down the line.
Yeah.
Just thinking of just dropping the U. Makes sense as well. You hit a lot of bingos. You play, where would you play the MU for 4?
Oh, I don't think that's warranted. It's just really easy
I
to
agree.
deal with. And I don't see another better spot for the U.
I agree that it's a little bit too suspicious and
and then you're just digging yourself. Yeah, and then you're just digging yourself into the hole where Annette can score and block at the same time, and your bingo won't even get you tied up in the game. You'll still be down a bit because MU only scores 4 points. So I hope that Agnes does something that scores a bit more to stay in this game.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, these are the hardest racks to deal with when you're somewhat close to a bingo. You don't really have options. Everything that you can see has many setbacks. But yeah, this is what tests the aptitude of players, how quickly and strongly they can get through very difficult life situations like the one that Agnes is in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a tough turn. And what is she thinking?
And she has a very similar rack to the one she had last game. Those 3 Rs, 2 Os. But this time she's way ahead, so she's probably feeling pretty decently, especially since Agnes has burned a lot of clock.
Mm-hmm.
VAU for 12. Another option being suggested. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't dislike that.
I think that's a very, very good play. VAU from the V and half, which does open the triple, but a lot less dangerously. You would need to play a 6-letter word to access triple, which is what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a 7-letter word. 6-letter words are kind of hard to come by, and it's hard to underlap a U as well. There aren't that many letters that go underneath. But Agnes would be setting up UT.
Exactly.
She also draws, after VAU, she also draws 8 still from the E and have, like, entailed.
Yeah, I was seeing that as well. What's she doing? Build?
Oh, hate to see this play.
Yeah, I'm not thinking that this is in her best interests here. It's just restricting more space on the board and not really doing anything proactive to make her situation better. But looks like she's taking it back. Maybe having a second
Yeah,
thought.
she's probably seen how counterproductive it is. You really want to keep that lane open on top of the D of drill. There are 7 spots where a bingo could fit, ending in a vowel. And by playing build, you're eliminating that, which is one of the best aspects of the play of drill last turn, is that it opened that spot up. So
Right.
it might still be what Agnes decides to do, but she's taking the play back, which means she strongly
Oh.
dislikes
Huh. Oh.
playing it.
D-
She's going for detail. She keeps everything open and scores really well. Does keep that U. We don't like to see that, with 3 more to come. But hopefully for Agnes, she's not going to duplicate that U and maybe get some help in the tile bag.
Oof, yeah, with 3 U's, that would be scary. But the points are tempting. So I like the idea to not take an option that's like totally fishing. But yeah, I just would have loved to get rid of the U there.
And what's unfortunate is that Annette knows Agnes has kept a U because build was on the board. So this has
Right.
got to really help Annette the confidence. And she's quickly playing error, which I understand. You're scoring some points and you're getting rid of your triplicate R's, but you're opening the board and keeping ID, which isn't fantastic. I would have preferred maybe something like BIRR from the B in Bromic to eliminate a bingo threat rather than a scoring threat.
Right. I guess there is a threat of like X plays and even J plays to the triple that detail opened up. Not that there's any read of that, but Agnes was drawing 5 tiles, so that could have been a slight worry as well. But yeah, I agree that that Annette could have taken a bit more time there to maybe play some defense.
But on the other hand, she does know Agnes has a U, so she maybe not so worried. And she's got a big time advantage. Not even half of the game has gone by.
Oh wow.
And Agnes is down to under 8 minutes. So using that time, finding a decent play, and just hoping to think on your opponent's time again, giving them something to work with, but giving them something to think about. Seems like a good practical decision as well.
Mm-hmm.
And back to Agnes, who did not draw a second U or a third U, but no longer really has any options. I really
Yeah,
don't know what to do here.
I might play like Whoop and EW from Hate. Sorry, for under the E of Hate. Just getting rid of some of those higher scoring consonants and not messing with the top of the board.
She's also thinking about hang up in that spot, which is valid.
I just would be so scared of drawing a U with that W. It is valid, yes. Yeah, just the UW combination. I think you were mentioning this in one of the previous games. It's so bad. You can just, I mean, she has it right now, and has kind of a rare play with it, but with 3 U's out, it would be scary to keep a W, I think. And in general, the W is not a great tile. I think AGN would be a better leave.
Yeah, I think I prefer Whip in that spot as well, despite my disposal of the G as a tile. I understand you're trying to maybe draw the blank, score some points, open the board as well, open the bottom right of the board, which hasn't been getting much action. But yeah, maybe a little bit bad for your leave. See what Agnes draws as Annette decides to block. With Yod, she's blocking 2 lanes at once.
That's exactly what she wants to be doing, is blocking. Oof, and Agnes with the second W. Not promising.
Oh, there was a great option for Agnes last turn of
I know.
PUGH and
Cute,
Zap.
yeah. I know, I just realized
Oh
that as well.
no. Oh, got a nest, but oh no. Doesn't look great.
No, it doesn't look great, but yeah, this play of Wa is pretty instant, I think, as it often is.
True, yeah.
Getting rid of those W's is huge.
I just fell into a very common beginner Scrabble trap. You see the letters on your rack and you're like, ugh, this is terrible.
Yeah,
Then you realize that you have a pretty good play, 33 points, getting rid of 2 of your problems.
yeah,
And
maybe things aren't so bad.
yeah, you've just complained for no reason. So I apologize to the world.
Thanks.
Although I could probably say ugh again, as Agnes has drawn second U.
Yeah. For Annette here, what do you think about maybe Ilex through the L of Drill, making Zax?
Oh, nice find. I love that.
Yeah, I think that is again what Annette is in the right vein of what Annette wants to be doing.
She spotted it
Obstructing
real
the
fast.
That's awesome.
I mean, you spotted it too. You're both pretty awesome. I really love this. Yeah, scores as much as you can. Really, lots of ease to draw. Obscures a little bit parts of the board that maybe Agnes would like to keep open. And yeah, it goes up by over 70 points.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge.
So it's not over, but it is looking very tough. Agnes, she does have one standout option here. It's not that easy to spot. It is a 4-letter word. She's going to be able to play it for 31 points. That word is EMEU. Quite useful word. It plays underneath WAW that Agnes has just played last turn. And it's going to give her some breathing room, I think, in this game if she spots that.
Yeah, she could play Bemuse and Hang-Ups, but that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's not totally insane. But yeah, I mean, no matter what, Agnes needs some help. She's probably going to want to draw a blank here. Maximize her chances of winning. But I think keeping the S and scoring the points, I think.
No, yeah, I like
makes
this
the
play.
most sense.
Even.
Back to Annette, again, who's leading this game, who's drawn the final blank. And as long as she doesn't do anything disastrous, seems pretty likely she's going to get her first win in this series, but maybe I shouldn't jinx it.
Yeah,
There
it's
isn't
still
really much to do here either.
No, there isn't. Yeah, Agnes is still definitely in it. It's not a huge difference. We just know that Annette has the second blank, which is a huge advantage to her. But yeah, what do you do? I guess.
I think Annette's going to do something pretty defensive here. I'm thinking maybe Odic from the O and error, trying to block that R, which is a big threat, while keeping the J, which should help Annette to score in the future if Agnes is able to play somewhere, open the board, or bingo. That J is going to prove handy, I think, in the end of the game scenarios where the game will be close. But you might be tempted to play our favorite 3-letter word here. What do you think? So, AJI?
Oh. I would not play AJI if you were saying below hang up. That seems pretty reckless. No, I like this play of Odic that you mentioned. I didn't spot it myself, but I think being defensive here and keeping the J for scoring options, you have the blank. I would be feeling good about that. I think when you're in these positions of being ahead and being in position to block, you want to take out the most dangerous threats. And the R is probably the one where Agnes could score the most in a bingo. And I like that idea. Okay, similar idea. And keeping an A to go underneath.
Yeah, this is some high level stuff. Just choosing a 10-point play with those letters as a lead. This is demonstrating a very good understanding of Scrabble and risk management as busy comes down, which goes very quickly. I mean, Agnes has under 4 minutes left to play. Could have played that with orcs for a couple more points, but this might be a little bit better for the board. She really needs to start as she can here, and
Yeah.
hope for something good on the next move. Back to Annette. Still has the J. Still in a very similar situation, and only up 27 points. So things are not so clear. She
Yeah.
hasn't gotten what she needed, but she could play this new 4-letter word from the
That's
Y
what I
in
was
busy.
It'd be a little risky, but YAJE from the Y of busy is very tempting. It's kind of the only play that seems to me to score decently with the J right now. I would just be worried, obviously, about putting that E in the triple lane. But it would take looking. I think now is at the point where you can start looking at the pool and maybe trying to think of as many bingos, though there's still quite a few tiles to look through. I'm sure there's lots of things I could play through in E. It would be scary. I don't know. Would you play that?
I don't know. This is a really, really interesting position. I'd be very scared to make any sort of concession and opening in
Yeah,
this
I
position
like.
where I have such a good tile in the blank. Are you thinking of Xiao here?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, or what
So
Annette has
J
said already
I.
is similar, but just maybe slightly worse leave wise.
Okay, Ejido, yeah, Ejido. So 2 plays play to that. O and Vo is a completely different part of the board than everybody's focusing on. I was thinking that maybe Annette was considering whether to play off 2 A's, hope for an O draw, and then threaten that play with the blank S under hang up, which would score 60 points. But I think
Oh,
she's just thinking about it as a play right now. But yeah, much better to play JIAO and keep the balanced ADE blank. If she spots that, I think she's going to play it pretty quickly. But I don't think she has spotted it yet.
yeah. I see some.
Suggestion of
Yeah, I know, I was thinking
AJIES
burning the
and
blank.
hangups. That's crazy. Talk about that.
I don't mind it, honestly. I was even thinking the previous turn, she could have done jars and burned her blank. Um, I don't hate it. I think going up 50 on this board, it would be or it would be, how much would she be up? Around like 60.
Yeah,
Um,
60.
it would be a tough lead for Agnes to overcome, even if Agnes bingoed from like with a vowel starting next to busy, hooking the Y. None of those bingos are going to score that much. I think it would put Annette in a pretty good position. She's definitely considering it right now. What do you think,
Yeah,
Josh?
she's lined it up. I mean, this is really, really cool. If she plays AJIES and hangups, that will score 39 points. That'll bring her up by 27 plus 39, 66 points, leaving 2 tiles in the bag, which pretty much doesn't guarantee, but gives her great chances of outscoring any possible bingo that Agnes might have on the next turn. Problem is, it
Yeah,
gets complicated when Agnes plays off 1 tile, maybe
right.
opens a second spot to go. But this is a very, very tense position,
Oh, and
and it
do
looks like
it.
it's coming down. I mean, this looks
Wow.
extremely strong. I'm a huge fan of this. It gets rid of so many threats at once and pulls ahead by a lot.
Wow.
Great, great play. showing some very, very deep knowledge, I think, of what to do in these situations. It's complicated. There's still some play. There's still some possibilities for Agnes, but she has such small amount of time to now deal with this new.
Oh wow, yeah. I think I prefer Audrey's to Zhao. I think I don't know. I think it's a nice way of kind of forcing Agnes's hand a bit.
Like I said, only 2 tiles left. So Agnes, if she wants to win this game, has to play 1 or 2 tiles, and she wants to figure out the best way to maximize her chances of getting a bingo here. But how do you do that? Do you play? I'm trying to think. What can you even do on this board now? You need to maintain 2 open spots. So there's a spot next to the Y in busy for a word starting with a vowel. There's also a spot from the E in have, which Agnes is just so far away from having anything. No pun
Okay,
intended there. She plays chops. Looks as good as anything I've seen quickly, but it's it's over.
Yeah, now Annette gonna bingo out. Nice find. Wow.
Latest immediately.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What a killjoy for Agnes. 421 to 260. What a back and forth crazy game we just witnessed.
Yeah, no, that was a great game.
Overhead mic. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Have you? Yeah, 422. Okay, gotta change my pen. I didn't hit 300. God, it's terrible.
Well, been there.
Yeah.
It was a weird turn.
I'm not sure what I could have done differently at this game.
I don't think you could have done much.
Yeah, I just kept getting like a lot of like super awkward racks. When you did this, I had a bingo that you blocked.
Yeah, I had a weird lead with that. I kept TIN blank. Just had no place.
Yeah. Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah. Been there. Just make it broke.
When I played that Tony, like I was pretty sure it was like bad, but it sounded like it could be a word, and then it was done because I should have scored because I had the tempo.
Well, I'm sure you get one win at least.
Silly. Well, I'm sure you get more than that. Oh, you blocked snorkeled when I did that. Yeah.
That's just, I mean, I literally had no options back
Yeah.
then.
I want to make sure I'm not missing any bingos here.
Wow. All right.
This
Very interesting. So we heard from Agnes that she believes that the player blocked the name of her word, snorkeled. What's the problem?
I think that's 9 left.
Indeed, yes, snorkeled would be valid ELED rather than LED, which I think is what Agnes was thinking. In any case, we're going to try to get an interview, I think, with both players. It's been 3 games. The score is now 2-1 in Agnes's favor. We'll see if they're interested in talking about the first 3 games, or if we're going to just continue on and go to game 4. But yeah, what a crazy game. Both players played a phony. A bunch of eggshells were avoided after the play of Zood. Some crazy options available, and making brilliant attempts to close the board and maintain her lead at the end there. So yeah, a lot to work through. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to hear about it. We heard briefly discussed phonies, but yeah, I want to know if zonation was considered. I think that would have been so much fun. Oh, here they are.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Wow, you're eavesdropping on us like we are with you two. How's it going? Let's
We're having a good time.
Talk to Annette. Yeah, how are you feeling after the game 3, getting a win in there?
Just feel to get a win and get some racks that are like interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I missed any bingos other than my phony. I don't know, maybe.
Did I have you? Agnes. Sorry, let's just talk to Agnes real quick. You still feeling confident? You're up 2-1, but that was a rough game, not scoring 300.
I never feel confident.
Same.
This was a tough game. I had a lot of tough choices. I probably spent too much time on certain plays, like the detail play. It just killed me. But I had awful lead. When she played Zoo and she killed my only bingo of snorkels that I could see that it was my only bingo. It was just brutal. It was like one thing after another this game. I felt cursed.
Yeah, what do you have to say to that, Chloe? Got any questions, any follow-ups?
I guess one note is that actually snorkeled is a 9-letter word. There's an E in there, so you shouldn't be upset about that.
Okay.
Oh,
Annette,
if you
would you have taken it with the one?
not with one.
Okay.
No one. E, no.
All right.
Yeah.
Then I don't know what I was.
So you got
thinking
lucky
then.
then.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything then.
No, I did not consider zonation. I don't think that would have slipped past her.
Yeah, so zonation is a valid word, and
Is it really?
if you had
I did
if
not
you
know
had
that was a
played
word.
it, the two placements you
Wow.
had for zonation, Annette, both slotted. One slotted ozonation, the other slotted zonations.
Oh wow! Right, sick. I didn't know
So
zonation was good.
potentially
I
a good
struggled
choice,
with
even
it.
if you did
Yeah.
know. But yeah,
Right.
this was a crazy game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was
wonder if
interesting.
anybody has any questions in the chat about any of the positions in previous games. I will say that it was very exciting to have the back-to-back phony in this game. Just made things so
Yeah.
complicated and weird.
We were laughing too. It was fun.
You know, that was a bad choice on my part. I thought I could get away with it because I think enfilade is a word.
Yeah,
So I was like, oh,
right.
maybe fillades.
Yeah, I was
But
like,
I had
I've
a
never
feeling it
seen that
wasn't
before.
good.
Yeah,
I just thought it was a good time to play it.
for sure.
So,
Yeah, no, interesting game. For sure.
Annette,
Yes.
I had a question regarding your play of Agis. So we saw it looked like you were considering ejido to the O of Vos.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
see that you could also play Jiao in that spot, keeping ADE blank?
I did not see that. That probably would have been better, but I liked Aji's there because like leaving 2 in the bag and being up like 65 or whatever, like it seemed like it was going to be really tough for her to be able to do much. I mean, the only bingo lane was next to Y. She's not going to score much there. Or from the E, which seemed unlikely.
That looked great. That was an amazing play. Another question I had was when you played Error, was that mostly you just trying to, rush on time, or were you confident that was the play you wanted to make there?
I mean, it might not have been like the most ideal play, but it was a play, and it got rid of all 3 of my R's, and it took out a scoring spot, and I was, well, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Did you see anything
Agnes,
that
you're very
Right.
low on time, so I like the practicality of that. And yeah, you're struggling so hard to keep things open and keep good letters that
Right.
game.
Yeah.
But EMEU, great find. Chloe, you have anything else to add to this?
What was I wondering about? Yeah, I was wondering, obviously this was a super hard turn, Agnes, but with detail, were there any other options? We saw you put down build, but was there anything else on your mind, and what were you thinking about there?
Yeah, I was weighing whether to have like a nice sleeve or just to score. The other reason for obviously was, I think the X was and those were 2 huge spots. So I figured I'd take out the hot spots for her, score for myself, and hopefully also draw something well in the process. I don't know. What did you guys think about that play?
Yeah, I liked the idea to keep scoring there. I think we thought that we had seen a couple other options that we were considering to maybe just get rid of the U was the main concern there, as I'm sure you were wanting to do as well.
Yeah,
We were thinking,
I hated it. It wasn't my favorite.
no, it was a super tough turn. It was one of those turns where there's like a million different plays and different things to balance. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess the last thing about this game, I wanted to just let it know. I'm not sure if because as you know, enfilades or defilades is also that also might have been part of why why you thought Filas might be valid. But the play of Pithoid, the reason I think Annette thought this was a word is because PITHOI is valid without the T. It's a plural, and lithoid is also
yeah,
valid
right.
word.
I know. I was just confusing words. I guess I also thought that it was a plausible enough word that maybe she would let it go if she wasn't sure. It looks like a word.
Anyways, great, exciting games. We're gonna take a small break here to cut back to me. Thanks so much, you two, for talking to us, and good luck in the next game or two, however long it takes for us to be able to talk to you again. Okay, so we're gonna take a small break, but before that, I would like to make sure people can hear me, but only so much I can defend. This live stream, of course, is brought to you by NASPA Games. NASPA is sponsoring the stream, so please go and check out their website at scrabbleplayers.org if you're interested in learning more about Scrabble in North America. Let's Play Scrabble.com, of course, is broadcasting this event as well as the subsequent Canadian Scrabble Classic afterward. So Let's Play Scrabble.com, they run pretty much the best tournaments in North America. I mean, I'm kind of biased because I'm on the East Coast, but it's just amazing. So thanks again to everyone behind the scenes and everybody watching on YouTube. Make sure you're liking, make sure you're chatting. Anything you have to say, we love to hear it. Can't really follow the chat while the broadcast is going, but we see you. So thanks for being here. Chloe, anything to say before we take that short break?
No, yeah, just thanks for being here, and let's do the break.
Okay, let's do the break. All right, I'm Josh Sokol, Chloe Fatsis. We'll see you guys in just a bit. right, we're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Scrabble Showdown in Belleville, Ontario. I am Josh Sokol, joined once again by the amazing Chloe Fatsis down in the USA. We are showing you an awesome matchup between Agnes Kramer and Annette Obrestad, two very, very strong up-and-coming expert players. Games have been really fun. Agnes is now currently up 2-1 over Annette. And potentially 4 more games to go. It's a best of 7, NWL 23 Lexicon. And yeah, this broadcast is being made possible by NASPA Games. Join us live. I'm so bad at announcing this. Join us live in Maryland in a few months this summer for the Scrabble Players Championship 2025 at the Live Casino in some part of Maryland that I forget, close to
It's
Baltimore.
Hanover. Yeah.
Hanover. Thank you, Chloe. You got my back. Are you playing?
I am I'm planning on going. I don't see why I wouldn't go. Yeah, I'm super excited. I had a great time last year in South Bend, and I hope that this year, I expect this year to be just as good a time, if not better.
Yeah, it might be your year. Crossing our
I
fingers. We'll see. We'll see. It was
Good job so
extremely
far.
strong, everybody. We'll see what happens. But yeah, these two players that we're watching, extremely strong competition. I think these two are very evenly matched. They're playing for 250 Canadian dollars. So yeah, there are some stakes here, but it's uncasual, unrated, but fierce competition. So if the players are ready, I'd love to check out
Oh, nice, some stats.
round 4. And yeah, what are these stats, Chloe? Talk to me about
So
these
we have
stats.
we have average points for and against. Pretty low for these players, I think you'd expect, because, well, I think it makes some sense. We only have a small number of games, and there have been wide disparities in score. Agnes had one game that was almost 500, another sub 300, so pretty close in average scores for and against. We can see that Annette has won one game and Agnes has won 2 in this set, so we've still got at least 2 more games to go here, and I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, let's jump into it. And thanks again to Josh Koff for those advanced stats. I love to see them. I love all the numbers. But yes, it is Annette to go first with another first turn blank draw. So that's very good. Do you see any bingos though?
Nothing is jumping out at me.
There's one bingo. It's so difficult. I would not see this word. I cannot find these words.
It's sandfly, right?
Sandfly, yes. Oh man.
Oh, that's a tough one.
If Annette spotted, she spotted fly, which I mean, I think
That's
that's
what
the
you wanna
play
look
that 99% of us would make in this position, given the chance. But yeah, Sandfly would be a phenomenal way to start this game off. Yeah, like I said, I might be considered decent at Scrabble, but I don't think I would see this.
It's a tough one. Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. And I think fly just seems so fine, right? You're keeping A and S blank. Not too much to complain about there. And it's a hard play for Agnes to come back from. There's not, it's 3 consonants, not a lot of overlapping going on there. So it's going to be hard for Agnes to score now on this turn, and compounded by the fact that she has not drawn very good tiles to start. I'm wondering if Agnes is going to exchange, or maybe she'll take some points with something like Aeol-via, or maybe something to get rid of these vowels like aioli that she has set up.
Yeah, this is really difficult. I sort of am partial to exchanging here, but
Yeah.
if I would play through this, I might play VIA, IF, and AL, score points, and just make it really difficult for my opponent to do anything, and maybe exchange next turn. But yeah, exchange 7 makes perfect sense here. It is even the top play recommended by the engine. So
There you
we're
go.
not gonna, yeah. We don't have a problem with this at all.
I see a fun bingo for Annette here.
Fun
Starting
pairs?
fun pairs, yes.
Very nice. Yeah,
That would be
that's
awesome.
a great spot. It's anagram. Ruffians would not score nearly as much. You can start with the F and fly. Funfair is scoring 92 points, right? Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
an amazing way to I guess start this game off with a 1-2 punch like that. Let's see what Agnes has drawn while that starts looking for playable bingos. I imagine she's going to bingo here. But
Yeah.
yeah, finding fun fairs would be tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, if like what eights are more findable? Um,
I don't know, like basin full, that doesn't seem
that
more
that
findable,
that
but you're
seems so.
looking, she already has it lined up, FU, so maybe she has other thoughts with that aligning
Mm.
of the FU, but maybe she's thinking of FUL words. She might spot or basin full. How do you say basin or basin? I think I say basin and people are mad at me.
I've never heard someone say Bassin, so I'm with you there on Basin.
Yeah. So what other bingos? I mean, ruffians, as I said, which is
Right,
maybe a
that
more
one.
common word. But given that English is Annette's second language, I don't think I make quite as big of a distinction between common and uncommon words. I think Annette's actually more likely to know the uncommon words in some situations than the
Yeah, that's
common
super true.
ones.
Yeah,
So I
that's a
would
good
not be
observation.
surprised to have her find any of these weird possible bingos. So yeah, fusional,
A few.
basinful, and a fusion. Those are the other three that are available. But it's tough. You have a blank. You have to find an 8-letter word. Yeah, it's really difficult. I think fusional is maybe the easiest one to spot.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, it's certainly the most high probability. Um, but I also think that Annette is not someone to study by probability, so that also might not be the best indicator of what she knows, word wise.
Yeah, and I'm curious, down the line, are we going to see an extension of fly, like flywheel or something?
Oh,
That would be so cool. Fly, the most common one I think is just fly tiers,
yeah,
FLITIERS.
yeah, that's what I
But
was thinking. Flywheel, that would be amazing. I forgot about that word.
yeah, if she played fly, I guess with the Y on the star, maybe flycatcher. Is that valid? But this is the sort of thing I'm thinking about when there's only one play on the board. When my opponent's thinking, I've already probably made up my mind of what I would do if it was my turn right now, and I just have to wait and see what they're gonna do. But yeah, Annette taking a lot of time here makes a lot of sense. You really probably are pretty sure that there's a word here or multiple words available. You just want to find the best one. But yeah, some point she's gonna have to make a decision. I think she's maybe considering just playing flu. And
Yeah.
you're still in a great position after flu.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that play is fine. It also, again, makes Agnes's turn really hard. Um, I think the only thing I can think of that comes after flu is the X, which is pretty unlikely for her to have. Or I guess the E as well. That's a bit
Yeah,
easier.
the D.
Oh gosh. Okay, well, I was not thinking well there.
But I mean, Agnes doesn't have those letters, so maybe
Yeah.
you're just already putting yourself in Agnes's shoes there. But yeah, unfortunate misses. Blank bingo is the hardest thing in Scrabble. But this is a great play, keeping really good letters and setting Annette up for next turn to
Have
strike.
fun.
She's drawn the Z.
Wow. And
I,
now, like, I'm just looking at Agnes's rack. I mean, she just has so little that she can do. Um, this is gonna be really tough.
yeah, it's too bad. She's exchanged 7 tiles, hasn't drawn an E, hasn't drawn anything great. She's thinking about playing Fort and OY, which is just so sad. You know, that takes an E hook, it opens a triple. but there's really nothing to do. You can't go the other way. You don't have a 2-letter word with F, F-A, F-E. And you can't go anywhere else. So, I mean, there's just not really much to see in this position. Just thinking
Yeah,
about playing
no.
fluid, maybe?
Oh God. I think diff probably, not fluid.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's like there's
But
like 7 plays available, and I can't even stop that one.
yeah, I think I would play diff just to do something.
She has a crazy play available, actually, trifold.
Oh
That's
wow.
like by
Okay, well
far our
that's
best option.
yeah. Oh wow, that would be awesome.
That's crazy, yeah. I don't think anybody saw
For
that. Oh yeah, somebody saw that. Yeah,
okay.
that's anyways, Ford comes down and Annette's gonna have a
Oh wow.
party.
Yeah, and this it looks like she's finding it pretty instantly.
Yeah, this is one of the words people just like sort of on people's bucket lists, and Agnes is like, oh my god, what is this? So Arena's for 102 points. Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, putting Annette way, way ahead. And we'll see what
Yeah,
Agnes draws here.
well,
The V, the first tile, she's like
not what you
she's
wanted to
not
see
happy.
there. No, I would not be happy either. Oh
Draw
gosh.
violated, validate. Still thinks she could maybe get
Yeah,
with this, but
certainly
you see the V
something.
and you're just like, oh, what's happening? But yeah, I mean, Agnes's first play, exchange 7, looked perfect. Second play, she missed a very, very difficult find of trifold. But Annette too, she missed some stuff. So I
Yeah.
mean, this is not great.
Yeah, I would at least in Agnes's shoes want to draw something from the Z, from the Z, but I'm not seeing it.
This is horrendous. Like I have to say, this does not feel fair. With
Well,
Scrabble, you make one mistake and everything can just fall apart, even if your opponent is making mistakes. So I
yeah.
mean, it's always a learning experience. This is why we keep coming back and keep trying to improve. And already at this point, Agnes's chances of winning are probably lower than like 10%. But you still try. I think maybe I'd be kind of inclined to play something with Forte, just block the Z. I don't know. Oh, I said Z. I should go get my hot sauce.
I mean, really? There's nothing better
No, I mean there
than
probably is, but that's what I'd be inclined to do.
oh. Okay, I guess I disagree there. I would not be inclined to do that. I would at least want to play fourth.
You tell them.
Huh?
Oh, fourth. I didn't see that at all. You tell them. I'm referring to myself in the third person. Yeah, fourth is great. There's just nothing with that.
There's like there's nothing with it really. So
Yeah,
that's
just considering advised. EISET.
yeah.
Yeah, there's still a lot of game left to play, but this cannot feel good.
No, not at
Just
all.
don't have a good option. Yeah, LIT Forte. I mean, the problem is if you let Annette play from the Z, it sort of eliminates a lot of play. Like that hook to fourth isn't there anymore. Yeah, I mean, Annette's gonna play zone up pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah. I might have done something like hived and flew. That didn't look so bad. And it takes a front S now.
Oh, that's true. That's a new word.
Yeah.
That's an option for sure. Sorry about the camera feeds and everything everybody worked so hard for, sometimes the internet just doesn't cooperate. Let's see what Agnes draws here. We still have the racks on the board.
Oh gosh, that is brutal. That is just.
Oh,
I mean, she has cat at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's an insta play.
yeah.
They're having. I think one of them is having a good time.
Oh man. At least this keeps like hog and fourth for the next turn. It's another decent scoring play. Seems pretty unlikely she'll draw into a bingo here, but it's
You have to be
nice.
careful now. Annette could just play through the R and Zarina's, and there goes like the entire board.
Yeah.
You could just play Burin or something, Burin, and just like say bye bye to like every possible play on the left side of the board. This is horrible. Just
Yeah.
thinking of Nubia or Urbia.
Yeah, that's also. Wait, Nubia looks totally fine as well.
Everything is great for Annette. Everything is terrible for Agnes.
Yeah.
I don't know. The problem with Burin is it doesn't block immediately. You kind of need to then play underneath. So I think
Right.
that's maybe me being a little bit too hopeful.
Yeah, no,
Maybe
I like this. Yeah, I like the more balanced sleeve. You don't want to just run into lots of vowel issues either. No, this looks fine.
That blocks fourth. That blocks a lot of the fourth plays, except
for
Agnes
hum.
has, hum or homo. The
Oh
O
yeah.
still fits. I mean, homo didn't fit. Now it fits with Rob. Did not fit with RO.
Yeah.
So if she spots the hook, I didn't spot it. Agnes spots this hook. Gonna help her stab a little bit into this deficit. Other than that, I don't know.
I
what I'd
mean,
be
she
doing.
still has like keg next on the left of Sarina's. That wouldn't be terrible, or things of that nature. Just wouldn't be ideal, obviously. It makes it harder to use the flu hooks, the E hook in particular.
She is considering
So I wonder.
HO, Hoy, and Or.
Okay.
At least that's what I think. We try to read these players' minds. We do a pretty good job, actually, I would say. But
Yeah.
that
They
does
give us
open the
good.
top a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would be worried about scoring plays. I think when I'm at this deficit, giving back like easy scoring is never good. But looks like she's going with keg. I'm gonna assume that was a miss of the fourth hook.
Yeah, what's funny is if Agnes draws another G, she will still have.
Oh, God.
We have to pause. Minute of silence. I didn't even realize that this was happening. And that
Yeah.
239 to Agnes's 114, and the board is
Ugh.
just so sad.
But yeah, I know what you were
mackerel.
gonna say. She would have Kagu and hog still.
Mhm.
Or even with a P draw, that would work still.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Oh God.
And
And that drawing
that's
very well. She has marinate.
that is well. She does. She can play marinate through the A of Zona. Oh man. Did you see it with the 2 overlaps or the 4 overlap? Oh, never mind. Never mind.
No,
Don't
we're
listen to
not
me.
it. No,
I
we're
was
not
thinking
doing that.
marinate.
Um,
Yeah, I think Agnes is gonna pocket. I hope.
Nope.
No, she's not.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Oh gosh.
I was
Oh
thinking
man.
she would play. I don't know why. I was thinking she would play with OR.
Yeah. But I guess there's not really anything to reach, right?
Yeah, she had Wop, and Kapu. That would have been so beautiful.
Right. Oh, that would have been awesome.
All right, low for 24, and
And
is
I'm
Annette in
assuming
a spot? Yes, she
yes.
is. Oh man, from bad to worse. It's crazy. Agnes, dominated the first 2 games. Not dominated, but pretty convincing victories, and this then it's been all Annette.
Yeah, wow. So we've got an even, well, assuming this one continues in the direction that it's going, this is making things interesting. Wow, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a huge lead. That's going to be very tough to overcome.
What do you try to do in these situations? Like in a let's say a tournament situation where you're down by like way too much. What are you trying to do?
Oh, I mean, I like to add as much, like give myself as many options as possible. So I would at this point be doing like risky things if there's a good option. The ideal play is one where you can open up tons of space on the board and maybe a triple triple and somehow have it be impossible for your opponent to block. But I don't think there was a great way of doing that this turn. Agnes could have done like PEH and HM or something like that. But first of all, not a good spot for a bingo. Second of all, so easy for Annette to block most of the time. So I'm fine with
It's a
just
good
taking the points
question
here.
if resignations are a thing in this format. I don't think they are, because again, there's a remote possibility of a tie game, making how much you lost or won by in the previous games and other games matter. But yeah, if there were ever a time to just say, okay, let's play again, you win, it would be now. But yeah, I don't think that's in the cards. So we're gonna have to. I mean, the thing about Scrabble is that no matter what the score is, you can still make amazing, awesome, creative, cool plays. Difference is the chances of them winning are just, closer to 0.
Wow,
But so early on, you still have options. You still have potential, very, very small potential to just everything go your way and win.
a great observation in the chat that kaput was still available, making kapu with the T. That Agnes still could have put the P there to play hop.
Oh
That
man,
would have
that's
been
insane.
awesome.
And there's still an H left and a P left, so we can see
Wow.
it later.
Oh, and this is great.
Wow. Just brutal. Just like, sorry, that's it. Blocking the
Yeah.
last line. I mean, this is just, yeah. I mean, what can you say? This play is just kicking you when you're down.
Yeah. Um, oof.
So here I'd be trying to maybe find something from the E and C's to open via the triple, but namer, getting rid of the letters I don't like, keeping ANST. I might still get a bingo. I'm very, very lucky through the C and
Yeah.
C's after this
Yeah.
play. We like
Yeah, this seems fine. I like it. But it's just one of those positions where sometimes you just want to get the game over with quickly now.
Mhm.
And sometimes there's just not much to think about.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation for Annette. I mean, I know this game might appear to be the opposite of interesting, but her options now are either do something that leaves very poorly, exchange, or make a concession. Namely, you could play through the E and C's, play Geld, for example, Geld, keep an S with only one other S remaining, and just give Agnes one chance to make something happen. And in a normal game situation, this would make a lot of sense. But given that Annette's ahead by so much, Maybe not, but she plays Ged, even more tantalizing.
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines as well. Yeah, I think there were like really no other options there. And sometimes it's in this position you can afford to maybe give something back when you yourself are likely to draw bingo, and also a lot of plays hooking these words um, will give back lots of lines for Annette, even if Agnes hooks Ged. So I don't see too much wrong with that.
Yeah, often. I mean, to me, the other option was just exchanging because you're expecting Agnes to make an opening play, so maybe beating her to the punch and just trying to get yourself makes sense here. But it's just so counterintuitive when you have such a
Right.
stranglehold on the board.
hmm
Yeah, luckily for Annette, I mean, Agnes did keep very well with Namer ANST. I'm pretty sure that after the play of GED, Agnes's chances of bingoing were probably in the 30s, 40s. Maybe not that high, but something around like 30%. But fortunately, not with the draw of AUI.
Wait, you think her chances are in the 30s or 40s with only the C to play through?
No, after GED.
After GED, sorry.
Yeah, so we see acai, which is a great
Oh, I
another
like that.
forking move.
I
Beautiful
know,
play.
she's good at these. Yeah, this is nice, giving herself 2 spots to potentially bingo and come back in, because Agnes will need at least 2 bingos to get back in this game, and it needs to happen fast.
Yeah, and I think, and that's probably just going to play something with Stag. But what would you play there? Licits? Oh, but that doesn't. You could play licit and tag. I think she really does want to stop that lane that was just open.
Yeah.
But how do you do that?
Yeah, how do you do that? Oh, yeah, you don't wanna play the oh, wow. Um, like, it would be nice to make a play that doesn't front hook an S again, or any other letter. Um, but on this rack, that might mean playing her S,
Yeah,
which
I
I don't
mean that's
like, you could
and
yeah, you could play Colts
she's
or something or whatever.
this is a little bit tricky. I mean, Annette's running into some resistance now. She is still up 127, let's not forget, but she doesn't really have a great option. She's thinking of playing Iliad, I think, to the AD, which
Oh,
is a nice find. Oh, she's
huh.
playing Ilya. I was thinking about this and I didn't even look. I just assumed that there was another C or another M out for Cilia Amelia.
Oh,
What a
that's great.
beautiful play.
Yeah. And
Why is
Agnes
this
will
such a
bingo
good play?
here. Annette can hook it with Cilia. So even if Agnes bingos here, Annette knows that she's still guaranteeing herself a high scoring play next turn. Um, and yeah, this is working out well for her.
Yeah, and Agnes though has bingos, can play bust
Yes.
line through the eye if she wants to try and block a
Well,
little bit of
I think
Cilia action.
think
But I think you still play unbless.
yeah, I think so
And
too.
this word looks really funny. Honestly, I don't think I would have been sure of it myself.
No, I
So
wasn't
there
sure of
is
it
some
either.
potential. There's some potential if Agnes plays this that Annette's gonna at least hold.
Yeah, I highly doubt she would challenge though. I think Annette now has bingos on her own rack that will play. Though it's obviously scary because Unblessed will open up a triple triple. The U that Agnes will be floating there is just not the most concerning. Um, and
I just
I
have to
guess
mention, man, Ilya, what a play! It's
I
just
know
such an
that was
amazing
awesome.
play. So there are two other bingos in this track, and Sunbelt. Maybe I thought of that. So those can be played with tag, or yeah, those can be played with tag and not open so much as unblessed with acais. I'm wondering, yeah, what Agnes is going to decide to do. This is actually getting a little interesting. I mean, that's probably going to go back regardless,
Right.
but maybe
Right.
not. Yeah, after
Okay,
unblessed,
nice.
definitely. That's the high score we go for Agnes. Bringing the game within striking distance. Only down
Yeah,
58
no, that's
now after being down almost 200 earlier.
and now the board is much more wide open for her to potentially bingo again. It's just that Annette will also be bingoing now. What do you think about this triple threat? Would you be worried about it?
As Annette,
As Annette,
not
yeah.
not really, but I think I would still play recounts. I
Really?
guess you can also play outcries through the eye of Ilya. But
Wait,
yeah, maybe outcries is better. Yeah, you're probably right. What's wrong?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking about outcries now. I just might not do
Yeah,
that either.
outcries and recounts. They both score at 82 points. Recounts gives, I think, more scoring back and possibility of tripling through the S that would be
Yeah,
put at the bottom left of the board. But it also blocks the U,
right.
which is a scoring spot in and of itself. I don't
That's
know if
tough.
Annette spotted anything yet, though.
Well, she must see like Scouter or something. Yeah.
I think she's about to see Scouter. Should be sure that that's valid. So that's one of those English words, you know. Sometimes ER words are hit and miss. Like, can you be someone that scouts, or is a scout already someone that scouts? But that's what she's seeing, I think. I mean,
and
if she's okay, there's
there's
outcries,
outcry.
right? Yeah. So I don't know. I think either way, and that's in a fantastic position.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, maybe outcries is a little bit smarter. The problem is outcries. Yeah, I think outcries is the play. She's playing.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, coutures and outcurse not quite fitting there as triples. Yeah, Annette taking a 140-point lead now, so that should
Okay.
probably do it with this draw
Right.
of Agnes's, which isn't terrible, but it's not a bingo. That's what Agnes needed here.
Yeah, and now the bag is getting closer and closer to being emptied, where either Agnes would need 2 bingos or a triple to get back in this, and it's getting less and less likely that that can happen.
Yeah, and we'll
With
see. I
every
mean, there's still a blank out.
Right, that's true.
If Annette can draw it and pretty much seal the deal in doing so. Over TE. Oh man.
Well,
I foresee a possible phony.
it could happen.
I also foresee a possible triple.
Wow.
This might get
This could be
crazy, folks.
This Wow. What is she setting up?
Alright, she's
Oh,
setting it up.
she sees it. And
This
I
is
kind of
crazy.
doubt that Agnes will block it right now. Seems
I don't
likely
know,
that
like her two top plays, according to the engine's evaluation, is PEINED through the N in unblessed, which is a really weird. It's hard to see that word and even know if it's valid. And there's also POIND in that same spot, but those plays don't really accomplish what you want to accomplish here. You kind of want to bingo. You don't want to block. It's
Yeah,
this is
no, I wouldn't
crazy.
want to block. It is crazy.
Wow. Oh, this is I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I mean, you're down 140 pretty much. Yeah. Hold on. I don't know. What are you thinking, Chloe?
I mean, I'm thinking if I was Agnes, I would not be blocking the triple triple. I guess it's like so obvious to Annette. Ugh, maybe I would. Maybe I would. Um, I guess she could, yeah, she could play something like pinned or pained, whatever that word that you said, pinned. Um, which still does keep it open another triple triple. So maybe that's not so bad. In fact, I kind of like that. Because yeah, okay. So we're getting poined,
No.
which
I
is very,
mean, it's somewhat sad and somewhat happy.
well, yeah.
I mean, now the question is Annette going to play overter, which is a very common phony. I mean, she does have evertor, which is the valid word in these 7 letters, which is why I'm wondering if we're going to have a similar situation to when Annette played emittor earlier in this series.
Right. Oh gosh, we'll see. She
And
has it set up.
would Agnes challenge it, being in such bad spirits from this game?
Oh, and she
I don't
draws the
know.
blank.
Oh, okay, this blank
This
is
is getting
is
interesting.
throwing a wrench into everything. Holy moly, what is going on this game?
What? This is crazy. Um, what?
So many questions.
I
Does
wonder.
Annette know evertor? Does Annette know that overt does not compare? Does Agnes know these things? Does it matter?
Well, I do see
Oh my
Agnes every
goodness.
day on the Aerolith high probability toughies quiz, and I'm pretty sure this would be on that. So I'm feeling like there's a good shot Agnes would know the phony.
I
And
don't
I think Annette,
know. Go ahead,
maybe
sorry.
Annette's just deciding not to risk it and play some, I don't know, veto and OP, I guess.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
a good chance that no, like I can't lose if I just play this. Yeah. Very
Yeah.
smart, very mature decision.
Yeah.
Of course, we would love to have seen the bingo come down.
Who
You have
doesn't
to
love
be
to see?
totally sure in this position because you've just got the game in the bag. There's no triple triples open. You don't have a blank, but you have a 137 point lead after this play. So
Yeah.
seems likely that this is going to be good enough.
Mm-hmm. And now what? 3 in the bag. So I guess if I was Agnes, I would still be trying to go for a bingo here, even if it doesn't matter, um, in terms of winning and losing. Um,
I mean, Agnes can play WHEY through the E of unblessed. 45 points, emptying the bag completely.
well,
Setting up a possible lane on the bottom row still. Points
well,
is already
that's
available,
awesome. Well, this X is going to be big for Annette, though. She has radix
yeah,
now up top. So
yeah,
that's
or just
probably going to
XI.
seal the deal. Right, or just XI.
Yeah, so this is GG. Agnes doesn't necessarily know that. If the X was in the bag, it would have been somewhat interesting, maybe. But
Mhm. Yeah, for
what a
sure.
fight by Agnes! Like such a horrendous position at the opening plays, but she still made it
Oh,
interesting. So we love to see
yeah.
that.
Yeah, this is a fun one despite the lopsided start. Um, no, Unblessed was really a great play to keep her chances up in this game when the other bingos of Sunbelt or Unbelts would not have really opened up the board in that way and created those threats. And yeah, I like this play here.
Yeah. So still a possibility of Agnes winning. As long as Annette plays a valid move, she will win this game. But Agnes does have bingos in multiple spots now. She's going to draw ORG out of the bag, unless there's something wrong with the tile distribution, and she will be threatening things on two parts of the board, right?
Right. Um, yeah, I'm assuming that not everything can be blocked by Radix. There must be some eights with that rack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Radix
there are.
allows
Yeah,
Radix
Arageron and
allows long as well. Yeah, here just
yeah,
in XI probably makes the most sense not giving back
yeah, and now I guess what?
ERELONG.
Yeah, now Agnes can play one of her bingos. I see Engorge or Erlong. But it won't be quite enough.
Yeah, wow. Amazing game. Very
Yeah.
unfortunate, like I said, for Agnes, but so many twists and turns regardless. And this is what I was saying. Even if you're pretty much guaranteed to lose a game of Scrabble, you can still fight. You can still create problems for your opponent. Agnes did this so well in this game. If it weren't for that draw of outcries, um, it would have been very interesting to see how this
Right.
came out. So if Agnes plays an out bingo for 69 points, that would bring her to a score of 424 plus 12 from Annette's rack. It would end 436 to 503. So that will boost up both players' average scores.
Oh yeah, quite a bit.
If that's what we care about. We do care about average scores. Honestly, that's the most important stat you could
Right.
possibly have for Scrabble. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
agree?
Oh yeah, after every tournament, I'm eagerly checking my average score, and it's the real tell of how good I'll feel about my performance.
Yeah, 69 points for a score in the 420s. Nothing better than that online on the internet. Am I right? Chat. I'm sorry, I'm being so cringy.
Stop.
But yeah, Agnes just doing what she can to maybe, I don't know, maybe she's probably just looking for bingos here. I mean, this rack is good, but you have to spot some.
Yeah.
Erlong is really difficult to spot. Engorge, making the blank a G. Karajan.
Oh, that's a hard
But
one. I
yeah,
can see.
she's going to
She's finding
circle a blank
something.
here. Let's see what it is. Leaving the suspense up to us. And it's going to be 2-2 after this. So a very nice win for Annette. Oh, Karajan. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Good find.
Very nice win for Annette, bringing the series to 2-2, just what the doctor ordered, or just what the YouTube chat wanted, possibly, unless you're rooting for Agnes, which I think Agnes does have a bunch of friends cheering her on. Sure, Annette does as well. But this has been, wow.
Yeah, some crazy games here. We've been pretty lucky. These have been interesting. Even though this one was kind of a blowout the whole way, it's somehow still usually these games can just be kind of like, what is there to talk about? But this one, Agnes stayed in it the whole way in some way. There was always a threat or yeah, some way that she could get back in it.
Indeed, yes. And we're just trying to figure out, maybe we're gonna break again. Maybe we're gonna have another interview.
That's
There's
what
the
it is.
overhead.
Yeah, but I'm like it's a fruit, so it has to.
Yeah, that's what I
But
was
there's
thinking,
sometimes just weird words like that.
for sure.
Um,
If I miss something with the C here.
yes, yeah. When you set that up, I was like, well,
Yeah.
I can't do anything
Right. 'cause
except
had
I could do,
C.
but I had other
That's
plays I
right.
had to do.
Yeah.
When I played keg, I was gonna play Hoy up here, HO,
Mhm.
setting up my K.
Oh,
But then I was like, well, I'm not getting rid of my G because I had a bunch of
right.
awkward,
You're
so
probably
that
not bingo
cleaned my
fast.
my rack and got rid of that. Like I had
It's just
HM,
lucky that I didn't
yeah.
play there.
And then I was like, oh my god. And then you got, and then you
know.
got, and I was like, oh my god, there's just nothing. I'm just gonna watch you play because I
Yeah.
can't. Yeah,
It's just one of those, and another one of
yeah,
those
and even
things.
the
Yeah, I had overture here for
oh
158.
yeah, that was lucky. Well, it was either like
Is
dupe or point, and I'm like point was like a point more.
Yeah, is overture good? More overt.
No,
Yeah, I
Evertor
didn't
is
think
good.
so. Huh?
With Evertor is good.
Evertor. Okay, that's
Evertor.
what it is. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was like, the only way I lose games is my phonies. I didn't want to play more there. I wasn't sure.
Mhm.
It doesn't make sense to lose a turn.
This guy, I don't know. Just taking pictures of us. I hope it's not like for creepy reasons.
No, it's not. Who was it?
Sure, he's on the up and up. No, it's just like an old guy taking pictures of us through the door. I'm like,
That's
I was sitting here. I'm like, okay,
very strange.
Yeah. All right. Where's that pizza?
All right.
All right. Well, some interesting post-game chatter going on there. A little bit of insight as to what's going on in beautiful town of Belleville, Ontario. There is going to be a dinner break soon for the players, not just for those two players, because at the same time as this little fun event is going on, the early bird of the Canadian Scrabble Classic, I've forgotten the name of the tournament, I think has also concluded. So we got some more friends in the building. But I think we're gonna go and interview the two players. Yeah, prepare your questions, Chloe. I'm gonna give you the floor actually for this one.
Okay.
There's a lot to talk about, and I'd rather not. I'd rather you get the chance to talk to them about all the interesting stuff that went on this game and beyond. But before that, once again, like to plug sponsor of today's stream, NASPA Games. They are generously sponsoring the stream, and I think the prize fund, 250 Canadian dollars, for these two players. And yeah, it's really awesome. Go to scrabbleplayers.org, find out more. Let's play Scrabble.com for info about this tournament. And tomorrow is the last day. I'm just getting word. The last day, if you sign up for the Scrabble Players Championship live in Maryland, in Hanover. Thank you again, Chloe, for that. It's the last day to sign up and get a free design it's design T-shirt for the tournament. This is a really nice design. I don't know if we can show it. I don't know if we have it on the stream, but we might be able to show it later. It's this beautiful design done by none other than Jeremy Hildebrand for the event. So a nice free T-shirt if you sign up. In any case, hopefully Annette, and because we are ready for them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about that game that we just witnessed. Like
Yeah. No, that was, I
it
mean,
was so weird.
simultaneously like so lopsided, and yet there was so much to talk about. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hello. Well, nice game there. I know, Agnes, that might have felt pretty one-sided, but we were very impressed with how you stayed in that and kept those threats open.
Thank
Well
you.
played by both. Well played. And we were super impressed by your play of Ilya. We loved that. Can you tell us about your thought process in that turn and how you decided to play Ilya?
I mean, it's really see great options that I love. Well, I have the last minute. She doesn't look like she can hook it. I'm going to score a shit ton of points next turn. She doesn't. So.
sorry, not hearing you great here.
Oh my god. I'm not hearing you great either. No.
Okay.
I was just saying, I didn't really have a place. Can you... I
Hello?
think we lost him.
Can you guys hear
Hello?
me, maybe?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you.
Let's go. I got the best internet in the house.
Yeah,
So I did say I'd give Chloe the floor. I just like to say to Agnes, yeah, commiserations there. There was one moment once you exchanged 7, which we thought was a great option on your opening play. You did have trifold through the F of flu, which was kind of your way out of that terrible situation that transpired afterwards. But other than that, like, you played, I mean, you just made such heads-up decisions there. You bided your time, you opened the board when you could, and you gave yourself chances. So very, very impressive.
yeah, we did.
Yeah, it was a very frustrating game, but I just tried to keep it open, keep it alive, and at least mitigate the spread a little bit.
Yeah, and I had a lot of stuff, which I didn't know.
No, you did a great job.
Thanks. I feel like at least when you have blanks, it's not bad stuff. And I wasn't sure if I didn't see Avertor, and I wasn't sure if Overtur was good. And I figured the only way I would lose this game is if I phone in and lose my turn. So I was like, I'll just play it safe and I just win every time.
Yeah. No, we like that choice. If you're not sure, we thought it was smart to just play something you're sure of, and even if you're
I was up so much at that point.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna cut back to us. I think. Yeah, thanks again, you two, for discussing the game with us. It's now 2-2. I'm not sure if we're having a dinner break now. We'll have more on that soon, but we're excited to see the next games. Transpire. I think we're gonna take a break and let you two eat some pizza. If that's what we're
Awesome.
in store for. I don't think we're gonna show that on stream though. Maybe I should get pizza.
Yeah, I want pizza.
All right.
Okay,
we gotta stay put here. But anyways, thanks again for Let's Play Scrabble for running this. Warts and all, appreciate everybody watching through everything. The games have been really, really interesting. You don't have to hear us talk about them. You can just watch them. So it's been a lot of fun, and we're just gonna cut back to break and see you guys in just a bit. Thanks so much, Chloe.
Yeah, thanks.
What is up, fans? Welcome back to the Ultimate Showdown between Annette Obrestad and Agnes Kramer. I'm here with Chloe Fatsis. I'm Judge Sokol. How's it going, Chloe? You ready for the last 2 or 3 games? Oh, maybe not. Maybe you're having some internet issues again. Anyways, I'll try to take us through these moments.
Can you hear me?
But I can hear you a little bit better now. Anyways, oh, I lost you. In any case, I will happily plug the host of this stream, the sponsor of the stream, and this match, NASPA Games. Please visit scrabbleplayers.org, information about North American Scrabble. I can find out what's up with your favorite game, right? This is your favorite game. If you're watching this and this Scrabble isn't your favorite game, you gotta questions to ask yourself. We got some stats. Of course, Let's Play Scrabble as well as off. So it's 2-2 in this series, in this best of 7 between Annette Obrestad and Agnes Kramer. Agnes hails from Ontario. Annette hails from Las Vegas. Chloe's here. I think you are in you're in some part of the East Coast.
I'm in Providence.
Where are you located
Providence
right now?
Island.
Nice.
The smallest state. Yeah, I'm glad to be joining in again. And excited for the last couple or few games.
Indeed. So yeah, start off with 2 wins for Agnes, followed by 2 wins for Annette. We're at a dead even pace here. In this game, Agnes will be going first. And if the players are ready, if they've eaten, if they've had enough dinner and are ready to finish this awesome series off, then yeah, let's see it. And again, we see that amazing drawing technique. Tell me, Chloe, what is this? What is this technique? Explain.
This is impeccable. There's no way Agnes could possibly be looking into the bag with the bag behind her head. So I'm pretty impressed. I don't even do such a good job as this. So Agnes must have been taught very well.
Yeah. It's the perfect technique, the infallible technique. And so
How do
if we
you
had
draw
a competition of drawing technique, I would be winning for sure. I've just drawn a multitude of lazy ways. But let's see the first track for Agnes. Agnes going first. ADEUVX. So it seems like pretty standard decision.
Yeah. I think Vaxxed looks good.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think just taking those points. Why not? Get rid of the V. It's not ideal to keep the U. You could do Exude, but it just scores so much less that it's not really worth considering. And yeah, pretty instantly Agnes sees it.
Vaxxed or vexed. Vaxxed being better because the E is better than the A.
Yes.
This looks perfect. She
Yeah.
opens horizontally.
Wow. This is a new word to the NWL lexicon. And I think Annette might have is reavowal good?
Reavowal is not a word.
Okay.
But that's
What?
definitely a plausible idea. Avowal being a word, I think disavowal being a word.
Right, that's
Reavowal? Why not?
reavow.
Reavowal is a word.
Reavow is a word for sure. Anyway,
Annette
she does
to act. She'd like to play vow off somewhere, but nowhere to really do that. What would you do here?
I might just go for some points. something parallel on top of Vaxxed is very tempting. You can do like lower. Obviously, it gives back a lot of points because if you put that O above the X, then the opponent can then put another letter on top of OX. There's a lot of letters that do that. Annette could consider a vowel or a vowel, which it looks like she is considering. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice between, yeah, I guess some overlapping plays that run the risk of getting hammered, as you mentioned, and just sacrificing some points for a more measured approach. So we
Mhm.
see a vowel come down. I like this decision a lot. It's really preventing some bad case scenarios from occurring, trying to leave options open. And yeah, the engine considers that this play is maybe slightly worse than playing above instead, putting the A in 5th position, the A of Axe in 5th position. But
Right.
yeah, this looks like a good choice for Annette.
Nice. And now Agnes with the J, so potentially some scoring to happen here. She could play something like Joel alongside a vowel. What else? She, yeah, that looks like a ton of points.
Yeah, Joel does seem like the runaway option for the same reasons that Annette was a little bit not wanting to make an overlapping play. Vax, you might be a little bit hesitant to create some possibilities next to JO, but scoring 42 points, that's way more than you can get anywhere else. And this has to be right.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Annette drawing some good tiles, and there's just nothing quite, I think, for a bingo here.
Yeah,
But I
not
think,
quite there.
but she'll still score some points, potentially paralleling next to Joel again on the left, or maybe finding a way to play off her F, which is the clunkiest tile on this rack, and it doesn't go immediately next to any of those two-letter words in Joel.
Yeah, I agree. I think I might just go something like that. Problem is that being down 50, kind of wants to leave the E and the D of Vax open. But yeah, playing add FE and AD or EF and DA maybe a little bit preferred here in terms
Yeah, I
of
think
just
that.
the leave value.
Yeah, the ENRT leave is powerful. But yeah, I guess maybe yeah, fad above or below. Not a huge difference.
It is
She's
not.
thinking of
Oh, yeah, that could be a word. Federate
yeah,
being a word. I think if
right.
she does play Federate, Agnes will challenge.
I
We know that
agree. I
Agnes
think
is very strong in her mid-probability words,
yeah.
but
Um,
Daft is now. Yeah, I think you shouldn't be scared of keeping RENT here if you're a net. It is definitely a little bit heavy on the consonants. If you draw 2 more consonants, then you're not going to be super happy a lot of the time. But I think just the easy RENT is just such a powerful 4-tile leave that I think this makes the most sense.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, seems totally fine. But yeah, I think I would want to get rid of the F. I'm not sure what Annette is. Maybe she's thinking of fax now, which is also not too bad, and it leaves the E a little more open, which you were worried about. I think it's just pretty easy to parallel when you play fax and likely to get maybe blocked.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a long time. It's taking a long time these last 2 moves. Maybe a little
Mhm.
bit too casual here. We'll see if it it ends up causing her time trouble down the line. But I'm sure she had a lot to think about. Like, oh, is Federer's a word? There's a lot of options, but yeah, going down to 20 minutes after 2 moves is a sign of what's potentially to come. Because 25 minutes might seem like a lot, but yeah, you get low on time pretty fast in this game.
We'll see. I feel like Annette is someone who can make plays very fast if needed. She has very good instincts. So if she needs to down the line, if she has some more obvious turns coming up, then I think those will come fast.
Yeah, probably. And Agnes here with 2 U's and a Q. She has the QU in her hands. She just play quad.
I think she's thinking of like quad. It's not bad keeping the 3U. She'll at least probably have a comeback, another play through the queue. It is okay, or this makes, yeah, I like this more. To not set up an unnecessary S hook. And get rid of the O, which is also not really doing anything for her here. But
This message.
I think that must be about
Federer was probably a word.
Well, I'm glad, and she'll be happy to learn that it was not.
Yeah, this play of quad gives Annette a very nice comeback of
yeah,
Henry.
huge play of Henry.
I think we're going to see that come up very fast. And yeah, this is just what Annette needed. Like you said, she can't make plays very fast. She's switching it to Henny.
Oh.
Interesting. This does look like a good word. She has decided to play it, and it is on hold. How well does Agnes know her 5s? There's so many words like this. Wenny, Fenny, Hinny. There's so many words that are close.
And that's got to just be like a bit of greed, right? Knowing that RT is a slightly better leave than NT. I imagine that's why Annette made that switch, but
yeah, I think there's a good chance Agnes will challenge this. But what's funny is I don't know if Annette actually put the R on the board before switching it, but that might actually. Oh no, it's not going to deter Agnes at all, and Henny is going to be challenged to the board. Then we get this hilarious. I just can't take the screen. This is ridiculous.
I'm wondering why we get his forehead. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't. What a fun community. Yeah, Henny is going to come off the board. Annette cannot feel good about that. She had her play, Henry. She got a little greedy and didn't think it through. And she's going to lose the turn. This is huge. Huge for Agnes.
Wow, a big
Fortunately for Annette, even if Agnes blocks Henry next, she does have 50 points on tap with just overlapping with Joy, YEH, OWE, and LAH.
Yeah. All hope is not lost. I'm wondering if Agnes will even block or she'll play what I think is the standard play of Equip. Because what is there to do with blocking like PE? Nothing as good as Equip. So I'm wondering how much Agnes thinks is willing to score here without knowing if Annette has an R, and probably assuming if Annette didn't put it down that she doesn't, otherwise she likely would have played the valid word.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what I was going to say is, I mean, this depends a lot on what information it has. Does Agnes see that R in that hand? Did it hit the board? Not, and yeah, she has no reason to think that it has Henry. And also, she knows that it has 2 hands, so it's also possible maybe to block that top be good because you know that after YEH, it has 2 hands. I think it's still probably the right choice here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Henry coming down, bringing the score to 97 to 130. And we'll see what Agnes draws here with EAN. Very good leaf. Very good leaf.
Yeah.
Could go wrong.
Yeah, Henry super fast. I bet Annette is just feeling that's just a terrible feeling knowing you were so close to making the correct play and getting a bit greedy and losing your turn result. It's but it looks like she is still composed and she's just drawn very well. So we'll see what happens now. But Agnes, I don't know the rest of the tiles are. Um, but let's see. Well, that was quite the draw. I'm pretty certain we'll be seeing some sort of go back here. That's exactly what she wants in this position. Drawing the blanks. Never complaining about that. I wonder what her best finger is. I'm seeing inhaled. What else?
Yeah, inhaled, inhaler,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, definitely a good draw for Agnes here. But Annette also with the bingo draw. Question is, will it fit anywhere? If inhaler comes down, yes. If inhaled comes down, maybe not.
True, and that's what you gotta think about when you're choosing between those. You see D, takes the front O versus RE, which takes A, E, I, O in front of it. So you really want to minimize the front hooks that you're giving back to your opponent there.
Especially since Agnes is already ahead by over 30 points.
Yeah, and after the bingo, it'll be, I think, 100.
Yeah, I wonder why she has the IN separate here. She's looking for ING, maybe? Yeah. Sometimes you get a little stuck looking for potentially prefixes and suffixes is what I always tell people to look for. And they're looking for settlement on the got some suffixes that are possible, but ING even will not fit anywhere. So I think, with
Yeah.
these racks, you really want to be looking through every possible letter. But Agnes quickly coming
There
to
she goes.
conclusion. So, will this be a D? I think so. We'll have to see if Agnes makes this small adjustment. We'll look at the blank slip here. And it is indeed, these little things can sometimes mean the world. It's like we said, after this play inhaled, I don't think there's a spot for eating.
Yeah, I don't see a spot for it. Yeah, unless there's some 9. I think Annette is going to have to play something that is not a bingo. Maybe something like bag parallel Joel, just to score some points. But maybe there's a better option to open up this board a bit because it's not so easy to get a bingo down here, and that's really what Annette needs right now at such a deficit.
Yep. Yeah, and I think because I don't know, because the ING combination can sometimes get you out of a tough spot. I think the engine does like just playing DE, John and OWE. Also potentially BG in that same spot. Those are the two favorite options.
Yeah.
But yeah, bag also possible, but there's really nowhere for the EINT to go for that. So might as well take the points.
Yeah, true.
And what a draw.
I know. What a draw. Yeah, wow.
I don't know if there's anywhere for things like reactor, creator
I-
don't fit.
This board is really bad for sevens. Or for bingos. Yeah, beg. Beg
I
sounds
like
great.
it. Get rid of the G.
Yeah.
Score the points. Yeah, beg is a good choice by Annette. Now back to Agnes, who has a 64-point lead. She can decide to blow it all up. Play Nectar from the end of Henry. Score very nicely. That's her best score by far. And being up by 64 points, scoring is always a great option. Or she can take things a little bit slower. Play an O and an R. Maybe play with HOAR, something like that, or play at Fate with Fader and Oho. Not sure. What would you do here?
I don't. Doing something like Nectar would be pretty scary. Sorry, where? Oh, I see. Fader and Oho. What can you do there? I guess I might just try to kind of do some middling play that doesn't open anything up and scores like 20. Something not great, but I'm wondering if there's a more inspired option that I'm not seeing.
Yeah, there really isn't anything inspiring here. I'm just looking through all the options on the engine, and so I think I've just gone back to play Nectar and take a 100-point lead, because just playing off OR or COR anywhere, like, there doesn't seem to be a productive spot to play those letters. If I wanted to sacrifice points here, I'd really want to be accomplishing some goal, like defensively, and I don't really see that.
Right. Yeah.
It is very,
Yeah,
very
next
strong to keep React on your rack. It's a very powerful combination, but not really a great place to play that. Maybe you could play Roar. That's the middling play we're looking for.
Sorry, Roar where?
To the R and
Oh, I
Henry.
see. Sorry, yeah, I see. Yeah, that could be fine. Honestly, the O is kind of useful here, being like hook to O to DE. I don't know if that makes it worth keeping, but it's just something to keep in mind. Like, obviously, you can play with the P, you can play through the P of equip, you can play through the I of inhaled. Other than that, if you're going for a bingo, there's really not much else to do there. I guess the thinking is that Annette at being down is likely to maybe try to open the board, which you could then seize on. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe just Nectar take the point, 100-point lead. Yeah, I'm down. I like it. I've changed my mind.
I said no to 100 points. Yeah. And the hard thing is it's hard to spot Nectar as a play. Especially
No, it
when you're
is.
in the game and like your rack looks really good. It's hard to imagine like not bingoing, but also playing a lot of tiles. So yeah, OR instead. This looks like a good option. It actually sets up Nectar for 3 more points, which is pretty funny.
Oh, true.
The problem with it is it does create an S hook with faders, which is not necessarily what we want to do.
Already vowels. So can Annette go? She must be able to.
No bingos.
Huh?
There's no bingos here. Crazily enough. I wonder how long that's going to take.
Oh man. Well, I'm sure she's been looking already. But
That's a good thing about thinking on your opponent's time. But I mean, every bingo she had was just blocked by Agnes. I don't know if there was more than one, but there's at least 2. Pirating, plating.
right, that's what I see.
That's very unfortunate. I mean, Agnes seemingly just reading next time here. with
Yeah,
her
seriously. That's so frustrating. But all hope is not lost. And that can definitely still make it happen soon. Um, I'm really sad that for people who play not wanting to do anything too aggressive. Um, because yeah, worrying that the Agnes will just need a spot. Um, what would you do?
What was that?
I just said I wouldn't want to do anything too aggressive because of Agnes's futile
Hmm.
fishy play.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's kind of scary. And I mean, in the game situation in Edson, she's already lost a turn playing a phony word. She has this rack where it just feels like there's got to be something. And I guess I must, if I were to choose, my confidence would be really shot here. But yeah, eventually you do have to come up with a plan and do the best you can. And I guess psychologically, knowing that you already made a pretty big mistake in the game, maybe somehow liberates you into just being like, "Ah, whatever, I'll just do
Mhm.
something and hope good comes of it." I think Annette's very good at untilting in that regard.
Yeah, I agree.
So
And yeah, she's no stranger to stressful situations. I mean, with her history in poker, that was probably much higher stakes and higher pressure. So I think she's well equipped to handle these sorts of things.
mhm. Yeah, totally agree. It'd be cool to maybe go for something specific, like turn the eye off, maybe going for like addicting from the AD, something of that nature, and just slowing the game down a little bit. You could just drop the eye for 10 points, play high. You could play AIT in that same spot, 20 points.
Yeah,
That's probably what I would do.
right. Yeah, I was wondering if the G is like worth keeping or not. Because you could play GHI. Um, I don't know. I'm sure they're all relatively close. Oh wow. Okay,
GI
so that is.
there.
Oh, that's aggressive.
I like it. I like it. Gotta make something happen. Uh,
True.
there actually isn't a six-letter word that Agnes
Wow.
can play in that spot. Very,
Whoa.
very interesting. She will be able to block if she wants to, like through the A of inhales, or maybe even she wants to play through the blank DE, but that seems a little bit much. But yeah,
I
I think Agnes is gonna look pretty hard for something in that spot and just come up short.
yeah. Though I don't even think Annette hit anything either.
Oh wow, draws the Z,
Yeah.
which isn't the worst thing. She'll be able to score again.
Yeah, no, she has
But
some decent
yeah,
play, but not what she
we keep
wanted there.
seeing we keep seeing these two-tile fishing plays, right? That are just like
Yeah,
coming up short for both players. Am I
yeah.
crazy? And
Oh, I think you're right. Maybe this is a sign that fishing is bad.
for those unfamiliar with the terminology, when you fish, it's playing a couple of tiles, usually in the hopes of drawing a bingo next turn, and at the expense of scoring points. And it's a risky strategy because some of the time you'll hit, some of the time you'll miss, and in doing so, you're not scoring. So yeah, a lot of expert players try not to fish. They try to just keep scoring points and open themselves up for many possible options down the
Right.
line, but sometimes feels so
Yeah.
good. AINT blank. How could you possibly miss?
No,
This is
it's
how.
like that must be like what, an 80% chance of hitting? Got to be very high. Um, and that, yeah, there's some turns where you really can't avoid fishing. Like there's just no options that score any better than fishing, really. Kind of like Annette's last turn. Um, so yeah, you can't fault it. I don't think I would do
All
anything
right.
different. Okay, so a real blocking play.
Yeah, nice play of Mabe by Agnes to block the spot. bringing her to 234 to 151. Apologies for that failed update there.
Yeah.
And Annette's gonna have to part with the Z somehow.
I think what did I say? I liked Tsar, Tzar to the R of Henry. Tsar, I guess.
That's a beautiful find. That play
Yeah, I mean,
making FETADZ. That's a high
yeah,
level find.
ideally, you'd want to do something making Fez going another direction, but there's no way to do that here. Oh, and Agnes drawing really well. So she will be bingoing. Okay, so dropping the Z also makes some sense. A little fishier.
Yeah, just dropping
Sacrificing 10 points.
And yeah, Agnes has nice letters here. They're not quite alphabetized. If she, yeah, I hope she does find the word satiric on this record. It is her only playable bingo.
Yeah. Let's see. What is she looking at here? Oh, is she thinking cyst and equips?
She finds it.
She finds it. Okay. Good.
And yeah, this is a common word. I think the left slide is a valid word, of course, but yeah, and putting it down by 140, possibility that she might at least give it a courtesy hold. But yeah, this is of course a word. Both players know that, and that's gonna hopefully be able to bingo back finally. She has one playable bingo, and it scores 58 points.
What? That's ridiculous. I saw initials and was like, that can't be the only thing. But
That's insane.
wow, that's sad. That's sad.
They need to buff the blank. Doesn't seem like it's as strong as it used to be. How long has Annette had this blank? Since after Beg. I had good racks with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how long she's gonna take here. I mean, if you think about it optically, where are you going to bingo? You have a bingo with an S, you can bingo with the vowels. You have a bingo with an O, you can bingo atop the blank D and inhaled, making ode. But really, you're looking through the C in satiric for the most part, hoping to hit that double word score. There just is nothing there.
Yeah, wow. Just looking through the C is what I would be doing. Playing through that I is so not tempting. It almost makes me not want to do it. But I think you can't pass up the bingo now. I mean, no, it would be crazy to pass it up, I think.
I mean, we've seen crazier.
You can
could
play
score
like
a little bit with Nib.
Yeah. Nib. It's not
Through the B
terrible.
and Mabe. It has a higher equity valuation than Initials does.
It's ridiculous.
The engine has calculated that the tiles that Nib would leave behind through the B and Mabe, AILT blank, are worth 35.7 points.
Wow. It looks like that C initials and is going to play it. It's also you're in that mindset of like, I've been trying to go for so long. And now I finally have it, like I can't pass it up now. That would be suicidal. So I think that I understand Annette's decision here. But it can't feel great.
Yeah, mustn't feel that great for sure. But now back within striking distance, 234 to 314. Agnes to move, and she doesn't have anything fantastic to deal with the new threat of that blank S in the middle of those triple lanes. She could play
she doesn't.
fusion.
True.
Fusion would score 24 points. Wouldn't open anything massive. Would open possibilities to the N. Would open possibilities hooking the F.
I might just do something like futons to only open one lane and condense all the lanes to this top right corner. Because any bingo hooking DE is also going to go in that same direction, so it makes it Agnes's job easier when in attempting to close both of those lanes down if she only opens one.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. On my part, I feel like just creating lanes that are not so useful might be my go-to here. I think founts may be a little bit better than futons just to not open that big scoring spot next to the vowel. But
Right.
I don't like necessarily creating the lane that hits the double word score on the top right. I might be more inclined to just leave everything that's sort of not super easy to score with or reach and keep the better tile leave. But yeah, either decision is good here. I think you do want to address the S. It's just a matter of knowing what you want to do next. That's important.
Wonder what she's thinking with this setup of letters.
I think she's just thinking about futons or founts.
Yeah.
Now she's thinking about felon. Probably going to notice 3 S's unseen and not want to do that. Playing felon through the L of initials would set up a big lane.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like what Agnes wants to do. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think fusion is what I do. What I'm thinking mostly is that there are ways for Annette to open more of the bottom of the board already. You can play through the I of initials to the triple. Again, you have the possibility of starting a word with S with the vowels. You can overlap the EL on the bottom left of the board. So why not just start entrenching on that territory? But it's hard to see. I mean, we're sitting here, we have the options in front of us, and we get all the analysis.
You have the options in front of you.
Well, you
but
have the
yeah.
options in front of you because you see like everything. You're ridiculous. But yes, I am
Right.
the one following on the engine.
Okay, she's going with founts. I don't mind it. Yeah, like I guess my thinking is that often bingos on to the left of founts give back a lot on a triple in some way. So even though they score, I mean, so would bingos with fusion, hooking the F of fusion. But anyway, I don't know, I
But
just
a
like
good point is that fusion can be extended. So
that
maybe
is
not the
true.
greatest idea. Infusion,
Diffusion or no F
diffusion,
played.
DIFF, perfusion,
I don't
confusion,
know.
confusion.
Anyway, confusion. Yeah, sure. Lots of fusion words. And now for Annette, what are we thinking? Not
I
the
don't
most
know.
not the most synergistic rack.
She might be thinking of Didos to the I and initials to open a big lane. She is down over 100. That's the sort of thing
True.
she does. She could also consider parting with her S some other way. Or keeping it. Yeah, this looks pretty awful. But
Yeah.
maybe just mod. Oh, never mind. That makes OL. I was thinking.
Yeah, no, I see what you're thinking there, but yeah.
Yeah, don't play a phony 2-letter word. I don't know. I think that's what she's looking at. Didos. It's aligned on her rack. It'll create
Yeah,
a
no,
big threat.
it makes sense.
Yeah, really awful position.
Mhm.
Trying to see any other options here. Do
Yeah,
anything.
right, because you need to make something else happen on this board.
Yeah, you never want to put an S onto equip, because that really just destroys so many options on this board.
like
So
keeping the S for
like,
something. Sorry.
go ahead.
No. Something like.
Something like ODIST jumps to mind with equips, but that's just so counterproductive, I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the S is useful here, either for setting up another big line or keeping it to hit the vowels, which is really the only way to not bingo on the top right of the board. I guess
You
like
could just
if you
do something like Lido.
Yeah, I was thinking like OB, even though that's kind of gross to keep the two Ds. It just scores decently.
Yeah, really difficult turn. Annette's clock about to reach equality with Agnes's clock. Still decent amount of the game to go, both players at around 6 minutes. You might see a little bit of a time scramble this game. Yeah, just a difficult decision for Annette. I think Agnes is going to have an easier time here, but Dido's does create a threat.
It certainly
Is
does.
Agnes going to want to try and block that S?
Yeah, how do you do that? And I mean, Agnes has really good tiles, and might want to go for a bingo herself.
Yeah, she could just ignore it. She could play harm from the H and inhales, keep EIRT. That's a fantastic leave made better with the S that was just thrown out there.
Yeah.
And short of playing through the S or the O of Dido's, you could maybe do something like Mar and MEL.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You can, like, partially obstruct it, which
But that just
is
gives
fine.
back so much play, and the S is still the best tile for starting words, as well as the best
Right.
tile for ending words. Maybe
Yeah, it's
something
not
like mailer, MIALER through the L in initials, just to
but
score
even
some
so,
points.
I don't know. I guess I don't love the idea of blowing up the rack. I like harm more than mailer.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's what you do. I think you just ignore it, say, hey, I'm up 100. I've got good letters. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, totally. And I don't think that that Annette hit a bingo.
Unfortunately
So
not. No, she drew a W. Other than that, her letters are great.
yeah. And this is a big draw here for Agnes, because this could, if she bingos, really, this would kind of lock up the game.
Why does that look good? Do I know words? Does she have anything like that?
Nothing is jumping out at me. Are we both being dumb?
No, there is nothing. But for some reason, it looked good. Yeah, the duplicate R's, duplicate T's. So yeah, Annette still has a small chance here. Probably she's
Yeah.
down by so much.
Oh wow, I didn't realize it was more than 100. Wow, that's tough. So now she really needs to score something decent here, and it's not going to be so easy.
Yeah, you're gonna want to play only 2 tiles here. Hope that Agnes plays fewer than 5, because that would give you a chance to hit 2 bingos in a row.
Right.
I don't
I think
know
she's.
that 1 bingo is gonna cut it.
Oh wow, that's bold.
It's crafty.
Yeah. I would have done OW at least. I'm not sure why she chose to play the A instead.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe she's going for
But I like.
something specific.
See, this is why. Um,
Yeah, this is a weird spot now for Agnes. So like I said, there's 18 tiles unseen. What Agnes wants to do here, being up by 100, is she wants to play 5 tiles or more, because that would leave fewer than 7 in the bag from her perspective, which would prevent Annette from playing 2 bingos in a row, but she doesn't seem to be noticing that as an option. I think this play of Tor was a little bit rushed.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to be fine, but yeah, Annette still doesn't have anything. She could play Stinko. Oh my goodness. Stinko, Tort, and OF for
Oh, wow.
50 points.
That would be pretty huge.
And
That and then bingo.
yeah, that
I
might be
guess.
enough. That might be the only way for her to win here. Stonk, Stink, Stinko.
Wow. That would be impressive. That would be a nice find.
Both players under 4 minutes. For those unfamiliar, there is overtime in this format. So it's a Scrabble only thing, other than like sports, where you get up to 10 minutes of extra time. But every minute that you are over your normally allotted 25 minutes, you lose 10 points. So it is possible to continue the game, but there's a pretty big penalty for doing so. Net
So it looks
finding
like this
tokenism.
spot. Or looking at tokenism, maybe.
Oh
I
no,
think
yeah,
she might
she's
just
thinking of
Toro
token.
and Toro and but at that point I might just do Toke and set up a big S hook. Oh. Okay. I guess this still opens up a big lane and there's no O's left to go parallel.
Yeah, it just doesn't score enough. I wish that
Yeah.
Annette had found her ability to score
Yeah.
next to the play of Tor, but yeah, I just think that this is too little, too late. Annette being down 85 still after this play. I think Agnes has a couple of ways to pretty much guarantee a win here. The
Yeah.
passing was drawn, and I
Passing.
think passings is probably valid too. Yep,
Wow, okay.
passings is
So
a word.
so we will likely be seeing one of those go down. But even still, let's see how many. So there's 3 in the bag. So Agnes basically just doesn't want to empty the bag here. So a
Right.
2 tile play
Yeah.
should do it probably.
Yeah, just some 2-tile play, maybe just ice through the Sea of Satiric.
Yeah.
There is some threat of a very high scoring bingo, given that that Y and that P are both unseen.
Right.
But
Yep.
I think, yeah, if Agnes wants to, she can maybe play CEE through the E and token to sort of block a little bit. Something along those lines, maybe REEL to the EL on the bottom of the board. Try and inhibit the highest scoring threats. If she, I don't think this would work 100% of the time, but she could play recites to the S. So she's just going to
Oh.
play recite. I think that
Oh.
probably is good enough. I mean, it scores so well.
Right.
Tierce would be a lot better.
Right.
TIERCE in that spot would be a lot better, but I think this does
So
the
she's
trick.
drawing Y, U, what is the last letter there? YUE.
Yeah, and that's going to lose by 11 after this if they have the same scores as us. But a very interesting finale here
Yeah.
for this game.
In the end, I think maybe slightly rushed on both ends. But yeah. But yeah, very exciting exciting finish with the bingo out.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a possibility of Agnes losing after recite with like a big Y bingo.
Right, like
Yopping for
Yopping? Yopping?
105.
I know, I was thinking Yopping maybe. But then
Would that have
the
won? Agnes would have won by 1 if that was the
wow,
case.
crazy. Okay.
Anyways. All right,
So
let's cut to
maybe
the overhead mic here.
2, 3. Oh, that's where I missed
Yes.
it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 3. 11, 33, 37, 38, 39, 89. That brings you to 388
Yeah, plus.
plus 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 22. Brings you to 410.
Yeah, wait. 388
What?
plus 11? No, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 14, right?
Yeah, plus 388.
402?
I was
Wait.
scared for a
I'm
moment
so
there.
sorry.
No, I'm
I'm so
sorry.
sorry. I'm so tired right now. 388 plus 4, 5, plus 4, 5, 14, right?
Yes.
From me. That brings you to 402.
402.
Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, I gave you 22 off
No,
that.
no.
So I was
Totally
such,
fine.
that game was like 100 years long.
Yeah. No, I know.
All right, so 407 to 402. If you want to recount, you can go ahead. I am too tired to recount correctly, apparently, so I don't trust myself right now.
I'm good on recap.
oh
Okay,
gosh.
so
It's probably fine. Yeah,
All right.
to 7,
maybe.
if I can stay awake.
Wow.
Sounds like there is some
Incredible.
tiredness going on.
Yeah, there's some missed scores, brought Annette 7 points higher than she should have been. But
Yeah.
yeah, this game was Agnes's crazy finish though. So that brings it to 3-2 in Agnes's favor. So Annette on her back foot here.
Yeah, and that's gonna have to bring it this game. I don't know. Agnes is sounding pretty tired in their conversation, so maybe Annette can take advantage of that.
They have been playing Scrabble for 5 hours.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
blame them.
tiring. It's tiring. I would be
Stamina
the
is huge.
yeah, and 5 games on stream, it's like twice as anxiety inducing, I think. Twice as exhausting. So I don't blame them at all.
Anyways, yeah, that was round 5 of a potential 7 for today's Scrabble Showdown in Belleville, Ontario, brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble.com. Please like this video if you're enjoying this commentary. Myself and Billy Fatsis are super happy to be here presenting games to you all. And yeah, really not much to say about that. It did feel like that game lasted a long time. I don't know why. It really did feel that way.
Maybe it did. I mean, that's what they were saying. Maybe we're all just a little tired.
Yeah, but anyways, once again, I'd like to plug Nastic Games for sponsoring the stream, and as well as the players for a nice $250 Canadian prize in this showdown. Visit scrabbleplayers.org for more information on how to play Scrabble in North America. So without further ado, I think we are going to jump into this, and Ned's going to win this one. Oh, I think I lost Chloe again. Hope you're still. But yeah, if the players are ready, we can go to the overhead cam. If not, I'd like to say once again, thank you to Let's Play Scrabble. A bunch of Joshes are involved in this production. Josh Greenway is on site, running everything, and Josh Koff has created our nice statistics. We love our stats, we love our math, and everybody watching from home, thank you for being here. More Scrabble whole weekend. There's tomorrow evening, Saturday, Sunday morning, and early afternoon. More Scrabble to come. I'll be here, I think, whole time. So you gotta get used to this voice. I gotta stop
Well.
stuttering. Chloe, this is your only commentary shift of the weekend?
Yeah,
Is that
so
right?
this is it for me. This is it for me. I've got big
So I
plans
should
this
probably
weekend.
just
So.
let you talk
Right.
more. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens in this game. I wonder what people think is in store for this game, because you had some really interesting games. Both players playing extremely well, very accurately, making some really heads-up decisions.
No, totally. And it's so fun to watch them at this level where they're both like we mentioned at the beginning, becoming, but almost, on the cusp of having arrived. They're both expert players around the rating level, and just improving super fast. So it's always fun to watch this level because you get some like this very creative style of play, but also very high level play, and it's been so fun.
I couldn't agree more. All right, Annette going first in this round 6 game, all the way from Belleville, Ontario. Such a mysterious place. Never been there. Don't know
What
what it's
goes on?
like. I know they have pizza, and I know that they have Scrabble. That's about it.
Oh,
And once
another
again,
wow.
my goodness. All right, a great start for Annette here.
Yeah, seriously. What does she have?
Is it time to get an injection here? My question.
Right, right. Good one. Good one. Wow, that one, I don't know if I would find that word on my own. That's a hard one.
Me
Um,
neither. Good thing I have Quackle. But yeah, there are a couple ways to score 80 points here, either playing Vaccine or playing Venatic. Venatic is what Annette has spotted.
oh
Venatic is
wow, and
great because oh yeah, Venatic is great because it doesn't take an S. But that's not going to stop Agnes here from responding very, very forcefully.
yeah, no, Agnes has got to find her double doubles. Um,
Mhm.
or a double double would do it. And hopefully not hook Venatic. Something through the E. I see one option at least, but I'm sure there's more.
Yeah. There are a couple options to that E of Venatic to maximize the score. Hit the double word score.
Yeah,
Interims, making like an N, or you can play
right.
Trisemic
Yeah, that's what I
through
saw.
that same E. You saw Trisemic?
I saw Trisemic, but not interims.
Yep,
Um,
that's you. I mean, you
yeah.
find these. I remember one time when you found
I know
for
which
me.
story
I'll
you're gonna
always
tell.
remember that. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's for everyone else. I know you've heard it enough. But yeah, you're just like, oh, you had apathetic. I'm like, what the heck is apathetic? It's like person like 10 years younger than me telling me what word I missed. Like, what's going on here? But that is my plug for Chloe Fatsis, who is going to be attempting this summer to win the Scrabble Players Championship live in Hanover, Maryland. I'm going to
Mhm.
be paying attention to how well you do. Have you been studying?
I've been slowly studying back into my routine after close to 2 years, maybe like a year and a half off, pretty much. But I'm back on it. And yeah, I think I'm gonna try for this summer. I did well last year, better than I ever have done. And that felt great. And I'm like, oh, maybe I can actually try even harder and actually try to win, as opposed to coming in with no studying beforehand.
Yeah, last year you're doing really well, and this year might be even better. Obviously, you never
Yeah.
know what's going to happen, but I'll certainly be rooting for you. You're top 20 right now in the
Yeah.
ratings, and
Oh,
not
yeah.
everyone's going to be playing. So
Right.
it's definitely good chances.
Yeah. Will you be playing,
As
Josh?
Agnes is, I will be playing. Yeah, I'll be playing in the CSW side of things.
Right.
So I won't have to lose to you, which is good. But maybe we can play some lists after our
Yeah.
always down for
We'll
some
play some lists. Yeah, it looks like Agnes is deliberating and still searching. I wonder. Yeah, we'll see.
I guess one thought I would have here is, are both players 100% sure that fanatic does not pluralize?
Yeah, that's what I was saying
And
earlier. I hope that, yeah, you go.
yeah, I mean, there would be many options for Agnes if fanatics were valid, but I think that could be creating some I guess trouble time-wise, trying to figure out what to do here. But both these double doubles in terms of tries to be not the most obvious in terms of being still kind of weird formulation ending in IMS. And there's just so much to look for when you have a blank. Blank could be A, 26 letters. Just makes your thought process so much longer.
Yeah, and when
Yeah,
you're
with the
looking through
fatigue setting in. What were you saying?
Okay, let's see. She's found vitriums, right?
It's not a word.
Okay.
So triviums is valid. This one, not so much, but it's so difficult to challenge this unless you know that triviums is what's valid here. And Annette knows.
Okay,
Wow.
quick challenge. Wow, that's impressive. Wow, and
Yeah, I
that's
mean, because there's so many options.
yeah, to look for so long and then to play a phony bingo that's not a good feeling.
Yeah, very, very certain Annette was of that. I mean, it's just so hard because, like I said, so many options that when
Mhm.
something looks potentially valid, you must be thinking, "Oh, my opponent must have thought that was a word, so who am I to go head to head in word knowledge against them?" But yeah, the confidence, knowing what you know is super important at the expert level. And yeah, both of these players have demonstrated very solid word knowledge when calling
Yeah,
their opponents out.
yeah, and now Annette has to think about this rack that Agnes has. So we could be waiting a while here. Though Big Wine does look like a pretty nice play, so it's a nice find actually. So we will not be waiting.
Yeah, I remember first time playing Cecilia Lay, and she played this big wine, and I was like, challenged. That's not how you spell this. Actually, she
Mm.
might have spelled it with the two E's. Whichever it was the one that I didn't know, and I was very confident and challenging, and I'll never forget. Never forget. So very nice
Yeah.
play,
Okay,
giving
and then
back
Grimy,
Grimes,
wasting no
blocking the
time.
double.
Yeah, that's how you respond to the opening bingo phony. Is just you you forget about it and move on and play your
Yeah.
bingo.
And for a moment there, it was 100-0. Agnes now down only 24. And that draws decently to her W. Gonna be able to score
Yeah,
some points here.
yeah, this is a good
Just
score.
play Lomi.
Yeah,
Lomi
is
through
there
the
nothing
M of
better?
Grimiest. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
guess
You could play like OY. Yeah, it looks like
right.
there should be something better.
Hmm. Lomi or OY. Yeah, I feel like I would spend a while looking for something better here and then be disappointed. She's thinking long way. Hmm.
You kind of want to get rid of both the W and the Y here, but the most productive way to do that is to play Cowie from the C and Fnatic, which is just not great. It
Right.
just seems like all of the overlapping options. There are two situations here: the IMI and Grimius, the ATI and Fnatic, where you should be able to score very well while overlapping.
Yeah.
W just does not work.
Yeah, and that's an excellent draw from Agnes. Wow. She's gonna score
She's
big.
going to be able to score massively.
Yeah, I mean,
Zax is
Zax
probably
scored
not
people.
getting blocked.
Yeah, Zax is not getting blocked. Wow. Or do you? I
This
don't
is
know.
going to be a great turnaround for Agnes in a game where, yeah, she if she wins, she wins. Net's fighting to survive in the series, and this turn is not simple. So the fact that Agnes is going to be able to come back really, really quickly and tie the game up, it's a very good swing in Agnes's favor.
Yeah, huge thing.
So yeah, and at spots Lomi, I do think this is probably the best play. I don't know, it looks terrible. Go in the video lane when you're ahead. He's keeping a W and a G together. But yeah, I don't know. Just playing OY and BY.
Yeah, it's not much. Doesn't seem any better.
Yeah. I'm gonna run a little simulation here.
Yeah,
See
you
what
could
the
play
engine thinks.
but the LNOW leave isn't particularly more inspiring. So I don't really think that Annette is considering Yag, maybe.
Yeah, Yag would block the worst of what's coming. Obviously, that doesn't know that. She no longer knows exactly what happens. But Yag got two. Three plays Yag, Low, and OY. You can't decide between the three of them. And Annette can't either. But she's still got a lot of time.
Yeah, I guess
Agnes
she's
is going to come back really fast.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's huge.
It's just so unsatisfying. Like I can put myself in the shoes here and just like, is there really nothing just like, especially after winning a turn like she did, like it just feels like things should be flowing. That's kind of my philosophy. It's very harming. It's like when I have said, yeah.
Not always the
great
case.
play.
Yeah.
Let's see how quickly Zax gets played for 76 points.
That's ridiculous. That's insane. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Maybe not. Okay, Fox wants to hold on to the Z.
Well,
Or
you can't
wait,
play Fox.
that wouldn't work. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay.
Wow. So this is a setup.
Yeah, and it
But
keeps
it's
AX and X.
29.
Wow,
29 fewer points.
that's a big sacrifice. I think I would make the pull there, but it's tempting to keep because EFIO, the leave after Zax, could go south. With all those cells. Yeah, I think you Dax.
Yeah, very surprising. I think, yeah, potentially blindness with the blank, or just not, it's not being in a state of mind where you think you have such a killer play. This is probably the biggest unforced error that has to do with verbal literacy. As
Yeah.
soon as a response that Agnes is going to be able to come back with her X, but they've been so much better off taking 76 last turn with Zax in the same spot.
Really? I mean,
Still a very close game.
yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a big difference. It's not 27 points. Like she makes up maybe 10 of those points. But yeah, I think this was just a miss. You would have allowed it on track. I think sometimes, for me at least, I lose a challenge or do something bad and recognize what I did. It really makes me like less optimistic about future turns in a way, and then I just miss like really great plays because I feel like I don't deserve them. I don't know. It's this very weird way that I approach things, but possibly something similar going on.
No, yeah, I did just do the addition, and it makes more sense to just play Zax. But yeah, now X should be the play. For sure.
Yeah, sorry, let me update those scores. 154. It will be 173 after EX. I don't think there's anything else here. Consider Nazi
Maybe.
was a setup for that X, making Zax. Will she miss Zax again? I don't think so.
Ugh, and then that with Drac. That is not a nice rack. She can do like DAK maybe through the A of Lomi. Or she can do that too.
Yeah, DK would be I. Wonk.
Oh,
Or
DI.
Wonk.
Sorry.
There's also
Yeah.
a new word, LEWK, really grimiest. But yeah, Wonk looks pretty good here. But Annette, back, I mean, she started off well with the video, the one with the rack she's been drawing have just been horrendous. So currently down by 2 points is Agnes, but she has good bounce. Be able to play anything from FOE below the EST of grimiest to maybe at least favorite word in the dictionary, fiat, BANED. Do I have to tell the story again of why I hate fiat, or does nobody care?
What story?
Oh, as Poe comes down, so the reason I dislike the word fiat is not the word itself or its definition. It's just that it is too playable. Anytime someone plays an ing word, fiat goes next to it with IFNE and GO. And that doesn't make any sense to me. That shouldn't be possible.
Right, it shouldn't be allowed.
Does anybody in chat understand my pain here? I hope not, because
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
All right, back to
Back to Scrabble. What about something like Trudge?
yeah, like that. Say I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Low score, bad letters. I like that. But yeah, playing something with Bane is probably a little bit better. I wonder if either player is unsure that BANED. There's a weird 5-letter word baning and stuff about it.
Yeah, I forgot about that word actually.
But baiting is valid. To kill with poison.
Cool.
But yeah,
Okay,
Virtue is the play. Ugly
I
play.
would just like to score a bit
Keeping
more.
DLR. Yeah, I really think this is just not being sure of Bane's. And I think Trudge is a hard play to find. That's a great one though. That would have been a bit better, but yeah, now getting rid of her duplicate R for you. And Agnes has close something here.
Oof.
But
Oh god.
she'll be able to play. Oh my goodness.
And that's why
This
vowels.
is scary. But yeah, Pains is going to score 37. All of those
Oh, wow.
overlaps.
Yeah, I guess now at least Annette has Jarl. But gosh. It's gonna put what? Put Agnes up.
Yeah. This is putting Agnes up 41 points. Yeah, that was 7 consonants. Once again, or pretty much, she had 7 consonants with Wonk. I mean, this has just been really, really difficult for Annette, but I think it is probably worth playing Jarl for 27. And we just have to see what Agnes draws. I mean, the blanks, lots of O's, lots of E's, lots of vowels. So
Yeah,
Agnes might start struggling with that.
Yeah, that is a good sign for Annette, is at least there's a bunch of vowels left to draw.
There's one.
None for Annette though. Wow.
Wow. Oh,
This
man.
is good. Let's see. Okay, so
That's pretty good.
Way too many vowels. But wow.
It's gonna be a tough for Agnes, though. There really isn't much to do. Going through the T paint. Really, outside of that, you can play out C and OK. Blow your
I know, that's
rack
what I
up.
was feels a little crazy, but why not?
I mean, other than that, you can play Audi through the Eye of Bigween. You notice there are lots of vowels left. You might want to get rid of a bunch of them. That's probably what I'd be partial to here.
You'd play Audi?
I think so.
I don't know. I might do out C. The points are a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agnes is up 14.
Yeah. I mean, if
she'd go up by 41. Yeah, that's pretty good. Engine likes it.
Foe. Okay.
But yeah, it's a very different turn. She sees it though, very quickly.
It's a nice one.
And that's laughing. I wonder if it's giving Agnes any info or not. I mean, playing Annette Obrestad, she says something, I do not trust it. But more often than not, she is giving information away. But who am I to trust that information? Yeah, I like more casual settings where you can talk over the table and not be worried about some player or director getting in your face about it.
Right. Yeah, there are some people who talk over the table regardless, I would say.
Won't be naming any names. Josh Sokol.
Yeah, I like this play about C. I don't see the point of biding my time potentially just letting the game get closer. I like cementing at least a decent lead.
Yeah, I mean it's the engine's top choice by a few points. Just a very unintuitive play. I mean, very well spotted by Agnes, and just putting her well ahead. And the unseen letter is still really terrible. So Annette has nowhere to play through vowels unless she wants to use her S and play something with Nazis or virtues. Other than that,
Yeah, I
we're
was thinking
seeing
just
probably an exchange.
yeah, I don't know, is Simp worth playing, keeping DDRT for 27, right?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it is.
That's just so uninspiring.
Exchange to RST or something like that, DST. I think just
Yeah, that would be horrible. I
scoring.
think I might stay in it, I
Yeah.
guess. Now she's only down 14.
And another pretty workable set of tiles for Agnes where he's going to be able to do something that scores something. She could play.
Something that scores.
You could play FYC here under the FO for 47 points. I mean, even though
Whoa.
you're leaving AAO, feels like that's worth.
That would, yeah, that's a hard spot to see with a blank E there. So I hope she'll see it.
I spots this. I'm not liking it. She did a couple of balls finally. But yeah, what a crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. I don't know if I've seen this bad draws for someone on stream in a really long time. I mean, everybody's got
Yeah,
to be.
it's just so demoralizing.
I mean, we like to play a big ween. We like to play low me. Really isn't much that Virtue was maybe a significant mistake, but I mean, it just does not feel right to be in such a passive position in this game. But that's Scrabble. I mean, every position's a puzzle. Gotta keep trudging along. No pun intended. And there's still a lot of play left. So yeah, we'll see what Agnes comes up with. FYCE again on tap for 47 as an underlap of FOE. Other than that, 29 is the most that Agnes can score. Something like FAY or FOY in the bottom left corner. And that gonna have to just see what Agnes does and respond to that. Having duplicated R's and D's, probably want to get rid of one of those. Yeah, there's not really much to think about here yet for Annette.
Right. Yeah, I think this is just a matter of seeing Feist. And then the Fae is much less tempting, I would say. Just gives back sometimes some big scores there. Nothing huge, but just Feist would be ideal for sure.
And I'm really worried about both players. The unseen letters, like there's so many landmines. All those R's, like Q. It's not that terrible.
No,
as
it's
Annette's been
fine.
drawing most of the bad stuff. But there could be some problems later on for at least one of the players. So I think it's going to come down to if Annette can bingo, she'll probably have a chance of coming back. But short of that, I think this is going to be Agnes all the way.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure I'll come up with some sort of creative idea to get back in it a bit. But yeah, it's just not an easy form to do it on. The E is the best line in terms of highest bingo potential, but it's hard to bingo starting with E. Otherwise, you kind of need an S. And there's only one left. Yeah, I think that might be another argument for exchanging last turn. Just giving a couple more options and keeping that S really huge.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Agnes, it's pretty block already. So, it seems to imply that it has the last test block. But so state comes down. That's either I suspect confident that if she definitely sleep, Angela would have played that. But now isn't that in a situation where there's supposed to be points in the O?
Yeah, I love
Do
this.
something a little bit more productive.
What do you now? Well, if you played it quickly, I think that's a pretty good spot, and the time pressure might be getting back pretty soon. She's down to just a little over half this time, and that pressure they're getting through with another tough act to deal with here.
I agree, it's a good point. Playing quickly and time pressure. So once again, a board that we've seen a similar board in one of the previous games where it's kind of hard to find moves, and so the person with lower time is going to suffer. Agnes, you could ease those playing CO, blocking that S hook on Sim, and just living to see another day, see what she can draw. But not, it's gonna feel kind of uncomfortable for Agnes here, despite being ahead.
Yeah, and that still doesn't really close. I mean, it opens up some other lanes too, so I'm not quite sure how much defensive merit there is to that play. Because now bingos can go parallel, making words after Mo and Theo. But
yeah, I think it's maybe a long-term choice. You're right.
Yeah. Now it's easy for that to make play opening the board a bit more. So those might be easy to deal with as well. So not how effective it could be.
Yeah. Now Annette, you play Rot. Just thinking of Rot 4 spot that Agnes just opened up. Getting closer and closer to a tie game. Playing a lot of tiles is risky. Could be cute.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of blowing up scratch here.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to play something quick and not give too much easy counterplay back is what I want to do. So I understand this decision. We'll have to see.
Yeah, this is a big draw. Yeah, the Q, U, V. Well, Q, U together, obviously good, but those tiles are concerning.
Agnes can probably just play goateed here. Goateed. Try to play through some tiles, but what a good draw for Annette.
Yeah.
She's going to have some bingo options possible if Agnes doesn't eliminate those. I can see avertures.
Right. Yeah, I expect Agnes to play there. I'm just wondering if goateed comes down. Yeah, I don't see anything through that.
Yeah, that would goateed would block.
Goateed.
Instead, we're seeing DOE, similar idea. Just keeping CG together. and that does not give Annette a bingo. So despite drawing very well, she's still gonna have to work for her I guess cookie. You want to call it bingo cookie. And
Something like Rev, maybe, next to it would be harder to block because of the A being there. Oh wow.
yeah,
Good
Rev,
enough.
yeah. Rev looks like a great player, but it would get hammered by Annette. Oh my goodness.
I'm back. Wow.
I can't really see. I can see Annette playing something else, maybe Vera maybe Erupted.
Oh, maybe. Wow.
This is a crazy draw.
So random.
Playing.
Very
Yeah.
random.
Nash does not currently have a spot, but if the we expect, just sort of opening REV RT, setting up the second to right column will be it. Agnes is certainly going to take this. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say certainly, but it seems extremely improbable that that would be able to recover from that.
Yeah. The board will just be a bit too used up, I'm thinking. I mean, I'm sure there must be some slight chance, but it would be very difficult.
I wonder if Annette is thinking of just era. Maybe going to go on some Taylor Swift's Eras tour in the near future. I hope that joke made it to air.
Yeah, maybe she will. I think you play the V. I don't see any reason to keep it.
I think it can be really good. It can be really good with the the RTA, and as well because Annette's still behind. She doesn't want her video to give much back. Agnes turns towards the V would help with that as well.
True, that's a very good one. You would make her to come back after bingo. Okay, I'm liking this idea.
This is crazy.
This is
really, we really have no idea what Annette's going to do here. She pushes a lot. Attack, she can walk straight into the death blow. If she makes what seems to be a very, very reasonable option.
Yeah, I feel like I would totally probably just quite quickly play Rev. Showing why taking the time to think it through and maybe still lane is useful here.
And there's options. Try to do this in years and do her and tie the game up. Just not cute. But I mean, it seems too good to get rid of these good tiles here on the board that's semi-open. Revere. Any suggestion?
Yeah, sleep harder.
Revere the E bottom. I don't like that at all. Both E's. What's that?
Sorry?
Oh, you're here. Okay, great. Sorry,
Can you
yeah.
hear me?
We determined, yeah, I can now. Reviewer does take an R. There's so many options here. And she's looking at Rev. It looks very good. This might Yes, very scary. This play seems extremely strong. That's not down too much that she needs to bingo. Having the threat thereof. This is a strong contender. So playing REV, setting up that lane, makes perfect sense. There are lots of A's to draw. There's some weird tiles left. You might be giving back QI and Tori. Might not want to do that. DOE was just played by Agnes, which sort of implies she had the last E. Something like
Right.
error from the E to C does not seem correct. This is exactly what Agnes wanted to see on the board, and the clock has been hit. And Nash is going to come down. And wow. There's going to be one tile left in the bag.
Yeah. I wonder if, yeah, for how long she was considering Rev and why she changed from what looked like maybe Ira or Vera.
Rev seems like the best play.
Yeah, it just stands out so obviously. Like I said, I probably would have played that pretty quickly. And that would have been maybe not the best.
Alright, so a good draw of realists. There's nowhere to play it.
Oh, that's brutal.
Once I look back, the Q is up with U as well. Agnes is starting plays like QUAI. Gosh, this is over. No way. I think. Maybe playoff AL for 6.
Yeah, maybe. I think this one might just be over.
What's the last tile in the bag?
Is
it the Q?
Be the Q. It is.
Oh, no. Oh man. That is the plot. That is concept right there. I cannot believe this.
Well,
wow.
This one is
that is cruel. Beyond cruelty. I don't know what else to say. Right, Agnes is 100% taking this series in Game 6. I'm not sure if we're going on for Game 7. Let's see. I'd love to commentate more Scrabble, but fully understand after this game, I'd rather take a breather.
Yeah.
Catch the Zeds. That's how we say it in Canada.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think there's no game. Either way.
Crazy. Crazy. I would say a super well played game. On that side, she challenged off a phony. She dealt with all her terrible draws with class. But,
she's challenging.
She's challenging Ganesh. Totally understandable. It's not your favorite dessert. It looks like a phony. Art Moore's head is going to explode with green check marks of joy for all of the Agnes fans. And that'll do it. mean, I just want to watch Annette's reaction when she draws the Q out of the bag. Cherry on top.
Well,
I mean, that's just so cool, but
I mean, Agnes is drawing it, right?
Agnes' turn. Never mind.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a big challenge.
Probably play like HWAN or something. Or Haw. I guess Haw is better.
Yeah, just and yeah, huge cue an order for Agnes playing Super Bowl series. Made some amazing plays, awesome deductions. And yeah, okay, let's look at the face of Agnes Kramer. She draws the Q. I like it. Very nice. All smiles. Annette also smiling.
Oh, good.
Yeah. This is Scrabble. This is why we keep coming back, keep getting tortured by these games where it just feels like you can't do anything right. But you know, both of these players played tremendously well. There's no shame. There's no shame in this series. It was such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, no,
not
they
sure we're
played
gonna have a
great.
game 7. I should ask permission.
I think we're not having game 7. It was already said. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be it.
That's just really
I'll
good.
try reconnecting if you guys can hear me very well. I'll try reconnecting. Maybe it'll be more legible by ear. Hold on a second.
But yeah, overall, great play these games. This was a lot of fun. It was really, I don't know if there was any game that was like a total blowout. Even one where Agnes was, down a lot. She seemed the whole time in this game. We saw, and it's get really good cross in the middle, which you the struggle that Agnes was able to just pull ahead a bit, and then to the point where Annette needed a bingo, and it was spot and was seemingly a kind of obvious play. Just ended up backfiring tremendously. Great by both players. Congratulations to Agnes. Very well
Sound
played.
like 9 after that play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't necessarily have to open yet.
No, I wasn't really trying to open either. I was just trying to score.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And
having a lane was nice too.
Yeah. I had just played off like 3 tiles,
Yeah.
so you could have inferred that maybe.
I mean, I kept ERAS.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was just.
Averser is good, right? Reverse. They didn't play.
Reverser?
No, Averser
Averser?
and Reverse.
I don't know about Averser.
I mean, either way, like none of them played, so don't know what I was supposed to do that rack.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I got pretty lucky drawing this out of the bag, and I saw it
but
immediately. It was.
I mean, I liked it obviously. So
Yeah.
How am I gonna do it? Nowhere to bingo.
This
And
was,
I had a bingo here, obviously. It wasn't good.
and this was a great game. Like we
Yeah,
were
that was
just,
a good game.
we were
Dude, I
so
have such shitty
close,
racks for
and it really came down to who did that first bingo.
Yeah, definitely.
I did stuff that I'm not sure was correct, like out C.
Mm-hmm. How many points? I had no vowels for like the first half of the game.
Yeah.
It's like I probably should have traded so many times.
I don't know. When you played big blind, that was like a good way to get rid of a bunch of.
Yeah, and I know you're
crap.
gonna bingo
Yeah.
but I can't stop you.
Yeah.
So I kept a W with that.
Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed like that I played that phony.
No, I mean that's
Because like obviously I saw grind next to the E,
Right.
but I got greedy because I'm like,
yeah,
oh, I can't
no,
find
I
it.
totally get it.
Yeah, it was
Well,
just
look, you have
silliness.
anything with a T. Tritiums? I think I just studied that.
so hard with the blanks to see all the
Yeah,
permutations.
Tritium was good. What a play from the team. Are we doing a?
Congrats. by the
Yeah,
way.
good job.
Thank
Awesome
you. Oh my
job.
God,
Nice.
it was not easy.
And
She was
great
amazing.
games.
At least I sort
Yeah,
of
we
put
had
up
a-
fight.
Yeah, I don't think too many of our games were blowouts. Most of them
Yeah,
were
no, not really.
came down to the end games,
Yeah, they
and
did.
yeah,
Definitely interesting.
wow. Okay.
I just want to see what
Well,
I did. and
we
hope I
almost
played
made it to
okay.
7. We almost made
Yeah,
it
we
to
did.
7.
We did.
So,
I'm good with 6.
yeah, I'm exhausted. Yeah.
Ay.
Alrighty. Well, those were the final words of Agnes Kramer. I don't want to get a post-match interview, which we've been opposed to here. But yeah, congrats, huge congrats to Agnes taking the series 4 games to after a hard-fought battle. And yeah, commiserations, but also congratulations to Annette. Doing very well for the whole series. It's an extremely good match. To go either way in any of the games except I guess the 4th match. But yeah, Chloe, what do you have to say about this? Some crazy-
I was entertained. I thought they played very well, exhibiting creativity and high level thinking and strategy. And I was very impressed. And I had a lot of fun watching them.
Yeah, I mean, what more to say? Thank you so much, Chloe, for joining me here tonight. I hope your summer is very fruitful. We'll be rooting for you at the Scrabble Players Championship live in Hanover. Thanks again to Let's Play Scrabble for making this all happen, and to Naspa Games for sponsoring the stream and the series. Like I said previously, yeah, I'll be here every day until Sunday. Oh man, I'm already tired of myself. Commentating with some of the best in the business, except Chloe not being there anymore, unfortunately. Hopefully, I'll see you in the chat if you're not too busy. I'm sure some crazy games will occur over the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic. Yeah, I guess we're gonna interview players in yeah, whenever.
Okay, awesome. Hello. Can they hear us?
Oh, we can't
We
hear.
can't hear them.
Can they hear us?
There we go.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, congrats.
Thank you so much. That was not easy. And that amazing player. So I feel like I got very lucky there in the end with that bingo draw.
No, you played great.
And yeah, I think we're both evenly matched, and it could have been anyone's match play, really.
I think so too.
No, yeah, it was a great played match on both ends. And ultimately, just that last bingo at the end of Ganache was the
Yes.
difference.
I would not have challenged at any other part of the game, but it's like
Yeah, no, we didn't think you would. It was a desperation move,
Mhm.
for sure.
I was like maybe 6, right? Like
Yeah.
just had a hope. Yeah, I don't know. Should I have traded at some point during that game? I mean, I just had no vowels for so.
We were thinking maybe on the simp turn, keeping gas would have been nice. Like RST.
Points.
I know it's hard when you have those points available.
Yeah, it's tough to turn down.
But that's the only spot where we felt like maybe a trade was warranted, I think.
Maybe. So stubborn.
Yeah. Josh, do you have any questions for them? If you're there.
No, I mean, congrats to both of you. It was super entertaining, well played. Could have gone either way. Some awesome moves. Outsea was
Mhm.
amazing. That was great.
She was like, I don't think this is the
Oh, I'm glad you like that. I wasn't sure about that play. I'm
Yeah.
just getting rid of like a bunch of good bingo tiles, but I had to just keep scoring and hope I drew into something better.
Yeah, great recovery. Yeah, really thought this is going to Annette earlier on, but
Yeah.
yeah, well played to you,
Yeah,
Agnes.
yeah.
Congrats. Nothing
Thank
to
you
be
so
ashamed of,
much.
Annette. There will be more. There will be more streamed games with you in it in the near future, especially games where you win. I think so. Really great to watch you two play. Good luck this weekend. Hope to see you again, and I'll let
Thank you so
I'll let
much.
you two rest. Have a great night.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good night.
Alrighty, thanks so much, Chloe, and thanks everybody for watching and subscribe. Do all those things. Go to scrabbleplayers.org. Let's play Scrabble.com. All the things. I'll be back tomorrow evening for the start of the tournament. Chloe will be sitting her best. But we'll see you soon for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm excited to watch the tournament this weekend.
Me too. Alright, guys. Have a great night. Let's cut.